Welcome, everybody, to episode number 75 of the Dragon's Den podcast. Here we're live and on the air. My name's Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Joe. Welcome to the show. Joined tonight by Spooby Dooby Doo. Where are you, apparently? Brandon up at the top right, Miranda Nicole on the bottom right, and, of course, Matthew making his return to the podcast after a little bit of a hiatus. So good to have you back, buddy. Maybe we'll get Aaron tonight. I'm not sure. It might be his, I think it's his son's birthday today, so he may not be on the show tonight, but that's okay.
Happy third birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, exactly. you guys got audio okay, right, and everything, don't you? Because during the right before we went to the transition to the second intro there, my audio on my headphones, like, it sounded like it was a little bit something went out on it, but I think it's okay. So if we're having any trouble, if maybe Mike's in the chat or something, if he has any trouble, maybe he can let us know. But I think
Eric, what the fuck is going on with your shoulder?
Oh, the same thing that was going on with it last night. It's got this little thing on the top.
It's a little
bit extra weight
over there, buddy.
Yeah, a little heavy. You know, heavy is the head that wears the crown, so to speak. You know, but yeah, this is going to be the way I am for the next year. But no, I don't know if I'll rub it in that much, but it's still brand new to me. So yeah, it's nice and shiny, ain't it? What do you think about that, Matt?
I like the belt.
Yeah, you like
Eric, it? When you're not holding it on your shoulder, like before you won, where was it?
It was hanging on my wall. I've actually got one set aside for just when it's vacant, nobody has it, so it'll just hang there and be decorative. So yeah, I've got space for it. I don't display it to everybody in the living room when it's not mine, but now I will.
Okay.
So yeah, so every time you come over, be looking right there next to the TV just for you to call to see.
I keep thinking you need to buy a house. Like seriously, you need to, but I don't want to help you move.
No, I don't want to help me move.
Like, you need to hire somebody. Start putting a little money aside to just hire somebody.
Well, I gotta have money saved up to get a house first.
I know, but once you buy the house, you're gonna need your shit moved, and I ain't doing it.
Oh yeah.
There's too many steps, and I'm not doing those pops.
Well, we talked last night about how I already regret those steps, about how I tried to run up there. And not only that, trying to carry groceries up here sucks.
Well, I still have PTSD from helping one of our buddies from work move. He moved to a 3-story apartment building, and he was a Second Amendment guy, and I decided I was going to carry up all his firearms, and they weren't small.
Third story.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not cut out for this.
Apartments are not designed for moving furniture in and out all the time. For sure. Hell, we got my old couch stuck in the hallway trying to just turn it to get into the door. Like, we actually left a little spot on the hall out there. Don't tell nobody. But I think
we're on the fucking internet, dude.
Yeah. No, they probably repainted since then anyway. It's been so long. But yeah, at the same time, it's moving sucks. I regret not getting a floor level at this point, except for the bugs. I hear bugs are not bad upstairs. So
my partner Rich. You remember him? He was in the chat one time.
Yeah, he used to hang out.
He had this big ass, like, it was like a big screen TV, but it was like one of the old school kind of fucking TVs. Yeah. This motherfucker was heavy. You understand me? And Rich stayed on the 3rd fucking floor. And we had to move this thing out of his place because when we were moving, he gave us his TV. So we had to, brother, when I tell you,
we brought that stupid thing to Indiana. You know what?
Yeah.
I could go and I could look at Google because my mom sent me a picture of the garbage men. We were at work. The day we got rid of that TV, the garbage men in Mitchell could not maneuver that TV to get it into the truck. Like it
had handles. It had handles on the side of it, but it was so fucking front heavy. When you picked it up, it immediately fell forward. So like it took. Hell, it was like me, him, Jay Bird. It took like 4 of us just to get it up the stairs into the apartment to begin with. And then moving it out, it took just as fucking many to move it down 3 flights of stairs into a U-Haul. Like
you didn't help. Yeah. You didn't help me, and I think Nate helped move my buddy Nathaniel's TV out of our old apartment, did you? It was a big old tube, like 80-inch television. Yeah, that was a pain to get down the stairs. I'll tell you that right now. It's easier going down than it was up, I'm sure. But I didn't help move it up there. So yeah. By the way, Brandon, I don't know. It sound maybe it's just me, but it sounds like maybe your mic through the camera is what's picking you up, and your mic may not be on.
Oh, hold on. Let me make the rest of the thing.
Check your settings and see if your mic's on. It's coming through, but it just sounds a little muffled. But anyway. So we got a lot to talk about tonight. We've been off for 2 weeks officially because of the Christmas holiday, obviously. We did a bonus podcast last night where me, Brandon, and Miranda were, just kind of celebrating, have a little good time, just talking about whatever comes to our mind, kind of celebrating the new year. So if you didn't go see that, by all means, go check it out on replay. But we're back tonight for episode number 75. We got a source of pro wrestling, movies, and we got quite a bit of sports and stuff, and we got not as big of a politics section as normal because what a ton that happened over the holidays. So in a way, that's kind of nice. But Sam, we got a few things to talk about there too. We'll wrap up the show with that as always. So yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Testing.
What about now?
It sounds about the same.
Can you hear me?
But maybe I don't know if you got your mic turned right or something.
Maybe it's just not the camera mic. I can tell you that, man.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just me. Don't worry about it then. So, like I said, something happened with my headphones before. It's probably a glitch in the matrix on my end or something. So, as long as you sound good to me or everybody else, you're good. So, all right.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Yeah, that's a little later. But yeah, that matrix is a little later on, for certain. So yeah. But anyway, we got a lot to get into. You want to just kind of dive in to get into some of this stuff? We got a lot of. We'll take off this. I know we're getting into wrestling and all this stuff. Hey.
We do have lights are bright as hell, bitch.
We do got the faceless dragon in here tonight. Here comes Aaron with a new photo. What's up, Aaron? Didn't know if you'd be on the show tonight, buddy.
I told you I was going to be late.
Oh, yeah, you did, didn't you? Well, we couldn't remember if it was Reese's birthday today, so we thought.
It is, but
okay. Well, happy birthday to him anyway. So,
anyway. Aaron, did you see the the pictures that Eric put up of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are fucking dope.
He doesn't sound like
I did. They look pretty awesome.
It does not.
Yeah.
I'll just need to be sent the pictures so that way I can
upload. The avatar. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're in the chat. So you all you gotta do is save it to your phone or your computer. They're in the chat. So scroll up. So I sent them out yesterday. So yeah, you can save them to whatever you need to. You can put them on the avatar or whatever you want to do. So yeah, or you should. If you don't, let me know. I'll resend them somehow or something. But all righty. Well, good to have you, buddy. Let's go ahead and get into some of these topics. Well, before we do that, I guess Mike was in the chat. He said, "What is Matt's dinner that we will get to watch him devour tonight? What's on the menu, brother?"
Chili.
Hey, all right. Chili matches his new logo. So I figured. I thought you were about to get up and go get it for a second there, but no. You already eat it.
The devouring will not commence until later.
Okay. About the time we get into pro wrestling, which is about right now.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, in that case, let's get into the aforementioned pro wrestling. There's a 3-hour Smackdown going on right now as we speak. But we're going to talk a little bit about that and some of the stuff that we missed over the last few weeks. So let's check it out. Here we go. All right, so when you take 2 weeks off, it seems like everything in the world decides to change when it comes to the world of pro wrestling. So we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. So let's just kind of dive right into it here, shall we? So I can get this pulled up. So as we approach the end of 2025, WWE obviously has plans to go into 2026 with a lot of big things, and they're trying to kick off the new year right. And so they have some big matches planned. But before we do that, right before, I think it was right after Christmas, maybe even Christmas week, Carmelo Hayes won the United States Championship from Ilya Dragunov in a crazy bout on SmackDown. So for Carmelo Hayes to get his first championship on the main roster, obviously him who don't miss, basically. He was been missing a little bit, I thought, to start the career on the main roster, but he was teaming up with the Miz, kind of getting his feet back under him a little bit. Now he's got his first singles championship here. So, Brandon, you're a fan of Carmelo Hayes, especially during his NXT days? And if so, what do you think about him with the United States title?
I mean, I know it's a big deal for him, and I mean, it's a big deal in general. It's still a major title. Carmelo has been kind of, I don't want to say in the background, but he kind of has been in the background, not like catering background, because he still had some high profile matches. He was in that whole story with him and Andrade, which was really good. He had been teaming with the Miz for a while, but now to see it's nice to see him step out now on his own, back to where he was when he was in NXT. Hopefully they got some good opponents lined up for him. And I'm interested to see where he goes from here. I can only hope that Trick Williams eventually comes up and they can rekindle that beef that they had in NXT, especially if he's still the US champ at the time. That whole story between those two was fucking phenomenal. But it also is the reason why Trick was able to break out of his shell the way he was, and Carmelo, honestly. But like Trick Williams really got a lot of personality and shit out of that, and it was really cool to see where he is now. So I can only hope the best for Carmelo in that aspect too.
Well, hold your breath when it comes to Trick Williams. We'll talk about him in just a hot second. Before we do that, though, we got Monday Night Raw this week. Jay and Jimmy Uso, the reunited Usos, defeated AJ Styles and Dragon Lee for the World Tag Team Championships in a really fun match to end Monday Night Raw. And I think this is a proper decision when it comes to the booking, because not only will that lead into what I believe, and we've talked about here on the channel, the future WrestleMania 42 match between Jimmy and Jay when potentially they lose those belts and they're going one-on-one at WrestleMania. I think it'll lead into that storyline, but it also makes a lot of sense for AJ Styles too, because they're clearly setting him up to be the next big opponent for Gunther. So I think that's actually a smart decision from the booking standpoint of it. So thoughts on the Usos winning the tag titles and AJ Styles and Gunther likely coming up down the line, maybe a little bit of a slow burn, but I think we're going to get that maybe even at WrestleMania.
I mean, it's not a bad decision. The Usos are very reliable. You can put them in the tag spot. Plus, there's still a bunch of guys who I'd love to see go one-on-one against the Usos. There's still, you could still do the whole thing with the New Day and what they got going on. But I think you're right, though. The major standpoint or the story will be when they lose those titles and they break up, so we can get that match that we should have got at WrestleMania before. But hopefully this one will be better. And AJ, again, if he is going on his retirement tour, then, you know, getting him geared up for Gunther is the way to go.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So look and see where they go here. Now, obviously, even before Jimmy and Jay won the tag titles on Raw, Jay was having some moments in the back where he was like, you know, doubting himself, and Jimmy was trying to, you know, give him that boost of confidence and stuff. So I think, again, this doubt that's in Jay's mind is going to slowly eat away at him. And I think that's what it's going to be their undoing leading into Mania. So can't wait to see where this goes. Mike said in the chat, you see what Matt Hardy pitched an idea of the Hardys versus the Usos versus the New Day in a passer or TLC match at WrestleMania 42. I don't know what you mean by passer. But yeah, I can see that, but I don't know if they'll do it at WrestleMania. They very well could. They'd have to hold the belts a little longer, and then we wouldn't get that singles match there. Maybe they could lead that singles match at SummerSlam. You could always do that way too. So yeah, I mean, would you be down for Hardys versus Uso versus Jay or the New Day in a TLC match, or like a triple threat or a ladder match is what he meant to say?
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah,
hell yeah. Why not?
I know Miranda loves ladder matches.
No ladder matches.
Miranda's favorite.
Yeah, for sure. As long as you just got to climb faster, I think she'd be a little okay with it. But it is hard to watch sometimes because they kill each other in those things. Yeah, so yeah, but that's a good idea. I'm not gonna lie. If they would be willing to listen to that pitch, I know Matt and Jeff are getting a little up there in their career, but at the same time, be a good way for them to even possibly retire as well. So maybe that's kind of what they're thinking. I'm not sure, but yeah, very good potential there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm still kind of thinking we're going to get the singles match, whether it be WrestleMania or SummerSlam, though, one way or the other. So looking forward to that in 2026, no doubt. Of course, with Gunther going after AJ Styles, he's basically hunting down his next victim. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch as well as this slowly this heel run of Gunther is setting up to be legendary for the ages. So hopefully, and I know a certain commenter in the chat would love to see Brock Lesnar be one of the next targets because he can't stand his part-time but so let's try about to say ass, but I'm trying to be better in 2026, you know what I mean? But anyway, so yeah.
I mean, I went through that.
Yeah,
phase
do better, listener.
Yeah, me.
I went through that phase of hating the Brock Lesnar, like only being on like one or two fucking shows and then pay-per-view after pay-per-view, but then it was like he was never on a weekly television show to defend the title, so you never saw the damn thing. So I understand his hatred for Brock Lesnar.
I do too. He thinks he's overpaid a bit too, which I understand that too. But then again, how many guys have we seen as of the last decade or so, especially, be part-timers at the end of their career? Roman Reigns is doing it now. I don't know if he's close to the end of his career or not, but he's on the back end of it, I'd say. Brock's one.
But you can't necessarily hate Lesnar. It was Vince that let him get away with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's true.
So you can't
That's true.
hate the game kind of
Exactly.
situation.
Nobody seems to hate Roman for that as much either. I mean,
and I don't like him. I'm not really trying to defend him.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
With Roman, though, the difference was for 4 years, he did everything possible to keep the shows afloat. Like SmackDown saw its best ratings when he was on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Him taking the time now, working a lighter schedule after 4 years, I don't see a problem. The deal with Brock Lesnar was the motherfucker just wasn't there. There was nothing wrong with him. There was nothing. He just wasn't there. He was booked for, he had it in his contract that it was set up for this many dates and he'd show up at these pay-per-views. Like that was it. Like he hardly defended his fucking title. At least with Roman, there was always something going on.
Look at that.
And
Mike.
now, I mean, yeah, given the opportunity with the movies and all this shit now to like wean yourself out of wrestling, sure. Like at this point, he fucking deserves it. The man had leukemia and came back and then tore the fucking ring up. Like Lesnar has no excuse. He just didn't want to fucking do it, but he got paid a lot of money to do it.
Yeah, he was that main event draw. It was like everybody says, "Oh, part-timer," but at the same time, you don't put one of your biggest draws out there every single week either. He's an attraction, so I understood it, and that's what Roman's kind of doing now. Even when he was a champion a little bit, he was there on the TV sometimes, but he rarely wrestled because that was an attraction. So
I have a wrestling related question to ask Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Do these guys do they ever like get tired of like repetitively being given the spotlight? I mean some of them they do good, but I mean, do they ever I'm sure it gets exhausting trying to put everybody over. You know?
That is when you're the face of the company, especially a company the size of WWE, they're everywhere. I mean, let's be honest, like WWE is ingrained in a lot of shit. Like that's a lot of pressure, and a lot of guys aren't built for that pressure.
No,
but some of them are, and the ones who can do. Cody's a great example of it. The Rock was a great example of it. Stone Cold, Triple H. Now, here's the difference. Yeah, here's the difference though. With Triple H and them wasn't the ones going out and doing all the TV spots. They weren't big on those back then. But once more marketing came into play, the guys who were more entertaining, like The Rock, of course he can do those. He looks great in a suit. You know what I mean? CodyRhodes looks great in a suit. He can do the morning shows. What I appreciated about Roman once he gave that spot, he didn't do the suit thing. You know what I mean? He wore, because Paul Heyman wore the suit. He would wear like track suits or t-shirts, you know what I mean? But it was his presence that made it what it was because of the character that he built. That's why he was on the early morning shows and stuff like that. He was the more, in a sense, if you listen to any of the stuff that he's done as far as the interviews and stuff like that, even in character, he's still himself to the point of like, especially when they were talking about football. Like he's, I guess, a huge into football. Obviously he played, but like that's his comfort zone. Like he would just sit there and you would see Joe, not Roman, talk about fucking football. But like he was still able to ride that line in these interviews of being the tribal chief, towing the company line, but making it his own. A lot of guys can't do that. So like, does it get tiring? Probably, but I think that's when it's tiring doing that shit, then it's tiring being a wrestler and you're starting to come down from it. Like John Cena, you know what I mean? Like after, he was winding down. Yeah, he did way more interviews than he did wrestling matches, but that's because for 23 years, he was the face of the company. So
yeah,
when you're tired, you're tired.
Yeah, when it's that time, for sure. We got a couple. Well, Mike said in the chat, waste of money. We'll retire at SummerSlam. Yeah, I think that's the expectation, and I think that's what they're going to build up to with Gunther as well. Now, I think AJ may be WrestleMania potentially if AJ wants to go out of Mania. That could be a great place for him to do so, no doubt about it. And if Jericho ends up doing the same thing, I'm not sure if it'll be this year or next or whatever. We'll have to wait to see if Jericho comes back. I've got a hunch that maybe Jericho shows up on Monday Night Raw this week. They're trying to make these SmackDown and Raw shows at the beginning of this year big news. As of this week, it's already a big show on SmackDown. So I'm kind of curious to see if they'll hold Jericho to the Rumble. That would probably be better idea for me. I like the surprise.
Yeah, I would think it would be the Rumble. Like I would love for him to be a surprise, whether it's 30 or in the late or early 20s.
I think it'd be a good idea too, but I'll have to wait and see if that's what they do. But I'm not going to be surprised if, like, say, at the end of the main event, which we'll talk about in a second, if maybe Jericho makes an appearance. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we also got a new chatter in the comments here. It's in Madison, 1444 said that they reposted the stream on their X account. So I appreciate that. We appreciate all the little extra help that we can to get the word out there for the podcast. So we appreciate that. No doubt about it. Thank you for watching the show. Always like to see new viewers. No doubt about that. Mike said, Brandon, what was your biggest wrestling payday? If you want to share it, that is.
Wasn't paid.
Yeah.
I'll give you. But did that
You
shit
know
for the
how
love of the game.
volunteer firefighters are volunteers? There you go.
Yeah.
On the
That's what it
ND
was.
scene.
But I'll give you the best, I guess, moment was when I won the title, because like I didn't know. And the guy I was wrestling at the time, John was a hell of a wrestler, like legitimately. Like John was on the indie scene and stuff like that. Like he was great. And I was wrestling him. He was the face of the company. He was the one that everybody fucking cheered for. Like he was that guy. Like, so I wrestled him.
Hometown hero type.
Yeah. And I didn't know I was winning. I didn't know I was winning until it was a crazy spot. I caught him midair, power bomb, rolled him up, and then hit him with my finish. And like he was supposed to kick out. And I remember I'm covering him, and he, like, the way he was laying, he had his arms around my shoulders. And I went to move so he could kick up. And he just grabs me and he goes, "Congratulations." And I said, "What?" And you hear me say, "What?" And then the ref counts to 3. And yeah, so that was, I guess if you want to call that my biggest payday, but yeah, I think that's what it would be for me.
Does that happen often at wrestling like that, where like you want to surprise the guy with the, like, I always just assume they always knew for the most part, you know?
No, I knew everything that was going to take place in the match. I just didn't know.
Just did the finish.
Well, I knew the finish, obviously, because we did the finish. I didn't know that he wasn't going to kick out. Like, I had no idea.
Wow. That's a surprise. I'd be like, did we screw up? And he's like, no, you got this. You know, that's crazy. Huh. That's a pretty cool story, though. I like that.
That was the same match I told you that I made that kid cry.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, John was his favorite wrestler.
You know, I remember John went off to college or something, and it might have even been that type of, you know, he was going to step away.
Yeah, he was doing he was doing sports not analyst, but editing. Like he was big editing. He edited a lot of our stuff too. But he got into sports editing and shit like that. Like, hell, I can't remember. I talked to him like a couple years ago, honestly. Like it was a random Facebook message. And but yeah, he was working for ESPN and shit like that, doing their video editing and shit. I don't know if that's what he was still doing now, but like that's what he was doing at that point in time.
Right on. That's cool. Mike had a follow-up question. He said, who was a wrestler you saw in the indies or territories that you knew would be huge, and who was one that surprised you?
Legitimately, I saw Tyler Black before. Yeah. And I was gonna say Johnny Gargano.
I mean, like, I got to see Johnny Gargano like almost as a teen. He was so young, and it's cool to see him. Shima.
Yeah, Shima.
I can't remember his
Joaquin Wilde.
He's kind of. He's on WWE, so he's big. So, but he's just not big on the roster.
He was in TNA first. Yeah, he was in TNA first. And then he went to WWE. Who else? Michael Tulver, but he was part of Next.
From Nexus
when that was a thing. Yes, Nexus. Yeah. Michael Tulver.
Was that big? Big guy.
Black dude. Yeah.
Big black.
He was huge. He always had the face mask on, I think. Yeah.
It was some Tyrone Evans was his name on the Indies.
Okay. Right on.
Who was the one that held Jaden?
The picture we have in our house. Jerry Lynn.
Oh yeah.
Jerry Lynn.
Right.
Yeah.
And
he kind of held him like he was a virus or something, but he was
he's gonna hold my kid. But yeah, to answer that question, I guess it would be Johnny. Johnny would be the one.
Right on.
And we saw Jake something. He was an Indiana.
Oh yeah, we saw him here at the Armory. Mike said, in some ways, Stone Cold Steve Austin for him. He saw him in Memphis after his start in Texas. He thought he'd be okay, but no idea he'd come to become what he did become. Yeah.
I saw.
I don't think anybody saw Stone Cold being what he was.
Well,
no, not with the gimmick he was given, and then for him to turn it into what he turned it into. Yeah, that's true.
And Mike apparently saw Undertaker too.
Cold. Yeah. Really, God,
when he was big red Mark Calloway or something like that.
Mean Mark Calloway.
Mean Mark. Yeah, Mean Mark. I knew it was something like that. Yeah, that'd been something.
AJ Styles, I saw him. I saw CMPunk. I saw CMPunk once. Wrestle Tyler Black. I shit you not. Or Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins. Same thing.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. That'd have been a fun match to watch back in the day. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
But one thing we won't be seeing anytime soon, that's Dominic Mysterio. I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. Dominic Mysterio suffered at least a scare, is what this website's called it. Bodyslam.net says an injury scare at the AAA show not too long back. But WWE literally said on Raw that he is out indefinitely with this shoulder injury. And with JD McDonough also on the shelf, it appears that perhaps WWE is getting behind another Finn Balor singles push here. As Finn Balor came out on Monday Night Raw saying he promises to bring gold back to the Judgment Day because they've had their woes as of late. So, yeah, could we potentially finally be getting Finn Balor back on the main event status here as a single star? I hope so.
Me too. Yeah, like Finn is great, and like I hope so.
This poster, by the way, and the homage to the Barack Obama posters is, I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty clever, so I kind of liked it. But anyhow, so yeah. Mike said Undertaker was the master of pain in Memphis. So yeah, there you go.
Oh my God, these names. God, wrestling names are
way different these days.
Yeah, outside of like sports team names, wrestler names have got to be like the second most outlandish fucking names ever. Like, especially old school wrestling names.
Yeah,
my alter ego was Hornswoggle.
Yeah, hey, Hornswoggle's a man.
Yep.
No doubt about
I have a technical question.
Okay.
Shut up, Brandon. You're not supposed to.
My mom just sent me a picture of what the YouTube stream looks like.
On your Facebook, I noticed.
How do I change that shit?
I don't know. I saw it. Is it just your Facebook? I think.
Well, she said she's on YouTube, or I guess she's on Facebook. Is she on Facebook?
Okay. Yeah, because I saw it on your Facebook the other night. I don't know what happened with that. That's weird. Because mine was fine. The YouTube stream was fine. Let me do a little quick check here. I mean, I don't know if there's anything I can do about it right now anyway, but
what's wrong?
It was like formatted funny on her Facebook. Like it would show like the middle of the screen, but all of our stuff was like bunched together. You could hear it fine, but for whatever reason, it wasn't.
It wants to like turn it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, YouTube seems fine. I think it's just your Facebook. What we may have to do is like after this stream, like maybe somehow reconnect your Facebook to the StreamYard and see if that fixes it moving forward. I don't know what else to do about it at the moment, but
I think my StreamYard is the issue.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you what it looks like later and we'll fix it.
Okay. Well, hopefully
I finally got it to share on Facebook. It wasn't sharing in a public post. It was private. Nobody could see it.
Oh, okay.
I had to change it, and then when I changed it last time we did a podcast, not last night, but I finally figured out how to freaking change it to public.
Yeah, last night's the first night I noticed it, so hopefully we'll get it squared away. But yeah, as long as I don't think if anybody's having any trouble with it in the chat, by all means let us know. But I think it's for now. I think it's just your still sucks, but yeah, we'll look into it. So for sure. Okay. Mike said the future Godfather wrestled in Memphis as the Soul Taker and teamed with Master of Pain for a spell. I see what you did there. But yeah, those names are something else. I mean, even the Godfather and Papa Shango back in the day, you know.
Yeah.
So,
but Papa Shango is more of like a believable fucking name. You know what I'm saying? Like Soul Taker is crazy work, but
it's kind of the same gimmick too, really. But yeah. Gotta love it, man. I love the 80s. Gotta love the 80s.
I tell you guys something though. When he was standing behind The Rock in one of the last WrestleManias, Well, you could see the soul leave the Rock's body when he turned around.
Because Rock knew what was about to happen. Like he's been down that road a few times. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But speaking of guys who've been down the road a few times, Paul Heyman officially welcomed Austin Theory to the Vision on Monday Night Raw this week after Austin Theory tag teamed with Bronson Reed last week and kind of helped BronBreakker get the edge on CMPunk before their title match this upcoming Monday night on Raw. So, yeah, it looks like Austin Theory is the newest member of the Vision, and he's fitting in pretty well so far, I think. But it's got a lot of people online, just kind of the way he's acted a little bit. It's got a lot of people online kind of wondering if maybe potentially he's a plant that's been placed there by Seth Rollins during his injury angle, or well, it's not an injury angle, but in storyline for him. So, could potentially we get a reveal later down the line when Seth Rollins is ready to return from injury that he's put Austin Theory there to kind of get in the midst of things.
That would be fucking amazing. Like,
yeah, would be
seriously.
I don't know how true it is, but because it's a good theory.
It would even if he doesn't, even if this is not the case, even if it's straight up what it is, right? It's still great because Austin gets the benefit of working with Paul Heyman.
Yes.
Period.
Is Paul
Heyman right now being like,
yes, he is.
Yeah.
He
should.
And two, Paul being in charge of these three young guys can do nothing but good for these three young guys, especially Austin Theory. Well, four. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Now
Paul.
four.
I forgot about him.
Yeah.
I forgot about him. But it does nothing but benefit these guys. We already seen Braun was really coming out on his own before that, but Paul is that guiding light that would help him, is now helping him. And the same with Bronson. Bronson was kind of already making a name for himself long before that. So but being now with Austin and Logan, I think this is going to be dope and a great opportunity for him. But if this is a thing with Seth Rollins, because it only betters Seth Rollins' character to begin with. He is the architect. You know what I mean? He's always a guy who's 3 steps ahead of everybody else.
The master manipulator type thing.
Yeah. And then if you then put Austin with Seth, again, it does nothing but benefit Austin. So either way, it's a win-win for Theory, and I'm excited to see where it goes. And I'm excited for him, man. These younger guys are going to be the guys we're going to see on our TVs. So let's start building these fucking stars.
Well, yeah, and we talked a few weeks back about how WWE's roster is starting to get on the older side. Some of these guys are going to start retiring, and how they have a need to actually start building these young superstars. And that looks exactly what they plan on doing here in 2026 moving forward. And that's exactly what they need to do. I'm happy to see it too, no doubt. So yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, even if this isn't Seth pulling the strings, and if Seth somehow comes back and becomes a leader of this team, if BronBreakker, we'll see what they do with him if they break him up on his own or whatever. But I would love to have seen the Vision in full force against the old school bloodline. That would be great.
Oh my god!
I don't know if we'll ever get that now at this point, but we'll have to wait and see how this ends up playing out. So that could be a lot of fun, though. Mike said actually, Jeff Jarrett. Oh yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? Mike said actually, Jeff Jarrett is the one that surprised him. Saw him go from an 18-year-old skinny kid referee to a long successful career. And he also said that saw that at a house show, Bronson Reed tried to Undertaker sit up and failed. Yeah, I saw the video of that. He tried to do the Undertaker raise up and couldn't quite, get the motion. So hey, listen, don't work for everybody, man.
Not many people who could pull it off. The way, Taker was from dead laying to there was no putting your elbows down, nothing like that. It was from flat back straight up. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Shawn Michaels' kip up or Orange Cassidy's kip up, where he puts his hands in his pocket. You know what I mean? The athleticism it takes, you lay your ass flat on your bed or on the floor and then try to sit up.
Can't do it. Well, I mean, it's not easy. I could do it, but it's not easy. And then a lot of times I gotta lift my legs up to go with it too. Then it just looks stupid. So it don't work for everybody. Can't stay flat.
It don't.
No. So yeah, but hey,
Bronson,
you gotta get credit.
You got
to give credit. give credit to the tribal thief, though. I mean, the wearer of the Shula Fala for sure for giving it a go, no doubt about it. So he's got to wear more shoes around his neck. I mean, I don't know why he stopped. It's a great gimmick. Still wears the t-shirt, but anyway. We also got Kathy in the chat. She said, "Hi, love you all. Good to see you, Kathy. Hope you're doing all right. We're all praying for you over here.
Birthday!
Happy birthday, though.
Happy birthday!
Definitely happy birthday.
Happy birthday."
So yeah, but anyway, good to have you on the show as always. If you didn't watch last night's show, that might be more your speed because we just talked randomly about anything and everything. This is more structured with topics and stuff. So if you might check that out if you haven't seen it yet.
It was mostly about football. Don't lie.
we did talk a bit about college, more than I thought we would, but we didn't plan that. It just happened. So, but it was a lot of fun. So go check it out too. But like I said, a lot of stuff happened in pro wrestling, including this week on Monday Night Raw. Speaking of the Vision, they tried to beat down Rey Mysterio after a match, and Penta returned to the ring to save Rey Mysterio from Logan Paul, and I believe it was Austin Theory. So that could be setting up a tag down the line too. Penta coming back with Rey Mysterio. So
and I'm not sure you were good, Logan Paul.
Yeah, he was, I'm sure.
Okay.
We're going to talk about his brother a little later on, but yes, that whole debacle. So yeah, and I'm curious.
I think he looks nicer.
Who?
His brother.
Oh, now I got you. I mean, we'll see if this ends up being a thing against the Vision with Rey and Penta. And also, I don't know exactly what the status of Rey Fenix is right now, but before Penta got hurt, Rey Fenix and Penta reformed their tag team to go, I think, at a AAA show, and it was unable to happen because of Penta's injury. So I would be surprised if you get Rey Mysterio, Rey Fenix, and Penta. That could be interesting against members of the Vision. So that'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. I'd be fine with that too, no doubt about it. So we'll see what happens here. As Kathy also said, my boys are here too, Hunter and Connor. So we're happy to have them on the show watching. So snap. Thank you for watching. And speaking of the young ones here, Mike had another chat earlier. He also wanted to wish Aaron's little one a happy birthday from his little one, who they both have the same name. I think the spelling may be different, but Mr. and Miss Reese. So that's kind of cool. Happy birthday. It's craziness, isn't it? Small world, for sure. But anyway, we also, speaking of the big main event coming up on Raw this week, like I said, the Vision's BronBreakker gets his world title match against CMPunk, and they're kind of doing this Stranger Things crossover with Netflix since Stranger Things season 5 finally finished airing, and that show is officially over now. So this Monday night on January 5th, we're getting the big world title match, and like I said, what if CM Punk or BronBreakker win this title and then out comes Jericho for the end of that show? It could happen, but I just don't know if they're going to crown BronBreakker just yet. I think it's coming, but I'm thinking maybe more WrestleMania or something like that. What do you think?
I don't know, man, because it's one of these situations of you can't keep putting Breakker in the position and not pay it off, because he can't keep losing in this. Now, if there's some shenanigans as to why, but he's the heel, he'd be the one pulling the shenanigans. And I don't think that's in Breakker's character to do that. Like, his whole thing is getting it on his own. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know if you do that. I would rather you surprise everybody and give it to him. See where he goes with it. You could always have Punk chase him. It makes sense.
You could
for the baby face to chase the heel. But like, because if he loses, then he moves. What? CM Punk moves on to somebody else. That leaves him in this weird limbo spot because he lost. Like you had your shot and you fucking lost. So now you go back. You know what I mean?
You could set him up for the Royal Rumble. Maybe have him win the Royal Rumble. You could see that.
Yeah.
It's always a possibility. I don't know. But I'll tell you this, though. During their go-home promo on Monday Night Raw last week, setting up this title match, CM Punk was kind of playing this, veteran-type guy, like, let's see what you got, kid. And you could clearly tell that this was the first time on the main roster that they really gave BronBreakker the mic to just go for it in this world title match scenario here. And Braun, while he sounded great on, from his voice and everything, if you look closely, though, when he's face-to-face with Punk, that microphone, he's holding it, he is shaking like a mofo. That thing is just moving all over the place. So you can tell he was nervous. that, and it's a big spot. He probably it's the pressure, but he didn't get shaky in the voice or anything. So, but yeah, I just happened to see his hand was doing this number. I was like, oh boy, but yeah, I mean, I think in ring he's solid. Maybe that's just part of his game. He just may be a little nervous about because it's not the biggest part.
That
of
is something,
yet,
but Eric, that is something that he will get over.
Of course,
time.
Yeah, that takes time,
and because that's a new moment for him.
Yeah, it's a big spot. Yeah, you're talking the biggest spot on that roster. So, yeah.
And let me tell you something. Braun, he is a hell of a wrestler. So fans will get behind him because between him and Jacob Fatu, those are the two people that I would not want to run into outside of a wrestling ring.
No.
I can't wait
Fatu
until
looks like
on...
he could kill people. And I mean it.
I can't wait until they're on the same roster or the same show.
Oh, if they start going at it
between
oh my god!
I hope Fatu comes back in the Rumble too. I don't know how close Jacob is.
Oh my god! Yeah,
if that were to happen,
let him win the Rumble.
Set him up for that.
Cody.
Yeah,
there you go. Like set him up for. Oh man, yeah.
Well, we got more about Cody here in just a second too. By the way, BronBreakker,
I'm fast as boy.
So yeah, that's for certain. But yeah, anyway.
I still think about that clip. That clip lives rent free in my fucking head.
I show Speed.
Speed.
Oh
my God!
We saw it live. It's just, God, dude, like it just the reaction.
He hit Speed really hard.
That's one of them moments that goes viral. You know,
Aaron was in the living room, like we were watching it, and when he bounced off the ropes. And then he hit him again, and he hit him. It was like Speed was standing in your screen, and then he wasn't. like he was there, and then he wasn't. and then he just saw Braun stand up, and I was like, "Fuck!"
And then he got tossed onto Otis on the outside. Otis dumped him over on the table. So poor show Speed, man. He just got destroyed, man. And I didn't even know who the heck that kid was when he walked out. I'm like, I looked over at Mike and I go, "Who's that?" Because I had no clue. But I'm not in that space.
But I mean, like I said, I'll give him the same, respect that I gave Logan. At least you're willing to put in the work. Like I've seen the videos, and these aren't like. This isn't like a influencer type of video where he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm here at the PC, I got my minute." No, he's actually putting in the work. He's actually like into it. He's believing in his character. Like,
I love the one where
when you have celebrity wrestlers, you know what I mean? Guys who actually, but they want this to be a thing and they treat it as such.
I love the one where he took a chair shot from Randy Orton and he's screaming on the ground, just writhing in pain. And then Orton sits down and just laughing. Then at one point, Orton goes, "You're selling, ain't you?" He goes, "Ah, yeah, I am." And then he's like, "Ah," just going nuts. And Randy got a good laugh out of it. So, but yeah, because I think he got Randy for a second, like, maybe I really hurt this kid. Is he okay?
Yeah.
But no, he's good. We got a couple more chats here. Kathy said that her boys love hearing their name said alive. So welcome, Hunter and Connor. Glad to have you on the show. No doubt about it. She said it's her boys' first time watching for the first time. So that's awesome. Well, we're happy to have them watching. So we appreciate it. So that's great. And Matt's wife's in the chat. Tell Matt you like his TV in his gaming room, which is in front of him, and see if he wonders his guys see it. His guys see it.
Oh, no, we can't see it.
Oh, yeah. No, we can't see it, but that's okay. So yeah, what about your TV in your gaming room, Matt? She said you don't have to, but yeah. Anyway, so wonders how you guys can see.
Oh, now he's about to go. You better not go out there and yell at her, Matt. Sit your ass down.
What's she talking about?
Something about the TV in your gaming room. She was wondering. Tell Matt you like his TV in his gaming room, which is in front of him. So yeah, we can't see it because you're looking at it.
No,
yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
See it. Oh, she wanted us to play a trick on him and see if he wonders. I just got it.
I got it.
My bad. I totally screwed that up. Yeah. So anyway, that would have been funny if he would have been like, "How can you guys see it?" Yeah, that would have been funny. Dang it! We should have caught on faster. You gotta set this stuff privately so I can look at it over and read it. Anyway. So yeah, that's cool. But anyway, so cool. But yeah, speaking of SmackDown tonight, WWE went 3 hours again for SmackDown moving forward, starting tonight with their first show in 2025. And they're kicking it off with the bang with Damian Priest versus Aleister Black. I'm sorry, 2026. See, I've not switched over mentally yet. Just wait until I start writing those documents at work, Kathy. I'll still be writing 2025 on it. So I'll have to get my but anyway, so 2026, SmackDown's moving to 3 hours starting tonight, and they're kicking off with Priest and Black in an ambulance match to end the show tonight. So it's probably about ready to start over there on the USA Network, this match in particular. So I have to check it out. We'll talk about it later if there's some big things going on there. But there are a few things going on SmackDown tonight, one of which is, of course, getting ready for the big 3 stages of hell match between CodyRhodes and Drew McIntyre next week on SmackDown. Last week, Drew McIntyre hit Cody in a promo when he said, "When I send you straight to hell, say hi to your dad for me." So he got real personal with his wife, Brandy, the children, and all this stuff. This kind of harkens back to when Randy Orton said something about Eddie Guerrero being in hell, which was a bit too far. But again, it was all in storyline. But at the same time, and Cody would have approved this, that sort of thing. But at the same time, it touches on that deep realism and sadistic nature of Drew McIntyre. So I love it. It's gotten very personal, which is why we're getting 3 stages of hell. Now, tonight on SmackDown, we're not getting that match yet. That's next week. But the stipulations will be named tonight for the 3 stages. Drew McIntyre is going to announce those, which I don't know if it's been announced yet. But anyway, could we potentially, since he said, "I'm going to send you straight to hell," this sounds like we're going to get at least the final stage being in Hell in a Cell, which is going to be the first time in a long time, Brandon, that we're getting a stipulation for Hell in a Cell that is not taking place at a Hell in a Cell pay-per-view. It's based on story. So this is good. This is what we've been asking for. So good. I'm happy to hear it. So what are your thoughts on that, if that ends up being the case?
I love the fact that wrestling still has these cheesy moments. You know what I mean? Like that whole promo where he says, the 3 stages of hell and all this. Like, I miss that part of wrestling. I will say this. I saw the promo where Cody said to him the difference between the two of them was when he got tired of all the shit, he grew some balls and he walked away. First, he congratulated Drew. He said, you made your name so big that they called you. And he said, about that. And then he says, the difference is when it got shit for you, you got fired. And like to see Drew's face when he said that, because like Drew's whole story is that like I had to go from a 3-man band to leave, getting fired, going to the Indies, making a huge name for himself, then being called, he comes back, and then his moment is shit because of a COVID.
Yeah.
And now he's just bitter.
That sucked. Yeah.
And now he's just bitter. And like with Cody, it's it's kind of along the same line. Shit got shitty. He left. He went and made a name for himself on the Indies. Not only that, he went in with a bunch of his friends and started a rival company.
Yeah, also very successful. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, in the beginning, that company was kicking his current company's ass. And then he went back. And he's the biggest star there. And Drew is still where he is. So it's like parallels up to a point. And so like, I feel like this is going to end up very personal, but it warrants a match like Hell in a Cell because of that. And I'm glad it's not a pay-per-view. It's just thrown into a regular,
regular, but like being in Berlin, Germany. So it's a big SmackDown either way. But yes.
But I still feel like WWE should do more of that. We don't need I would love to see some of the old shit come. Like, I guess they turned them into pay-per-views, but like there were stipulations, like First Blood matches. Then there was Bad Blood. That's the only time you saw that shit. The Inferno matches. Like, I know those were, again, gimmicky, but they were cool matches. And I would love to see more of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't mind if Hell in a Cell's at a pay-per-view or whatever. We just don't have to do a Hell in a Cell match because the pay-per-view is called Hell in a Cell. Just based it like we talked about being a story. And this is one of those examples if that ends up being the case. I don't know if Mike probably knows what happened in there. Maybe he can tell us about it in the chat or something. But he did say, fun fact, last year was the first year in ages there was actually no Hell in a Cell match in WWE, which is true because there was no Hell in a Cell pay-per-view, I believe. So yeah, that's good. I mean, you don't have to do that every year just because it's time to do it. I don't like doing it that way because it feels.
But I like it being because I like it being a stipulation and not a whole fucking pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Royal Rumble works for that, and Money in the Bank, I guess you could say, works for that. But even it didn't start that way. So I mean, yeah, I mean those I can understand, or maybe even Survivor Series if you want to do the elimination tag or the War Games match now, which I kind of think maybe I ought to get away from the War Games thing. Maybe try something different for a change. We'll see. Maybe put that again just when it calls for it, because it seems like War Games you're just getting a bunch of random people tagging together sometimes.
Yeah,
not always.
I'd rather go back to what they do. War Games not being a part of it, but like being like a what is it? The Elimination Chamber style match for like, but War Games is like that. Like, put these guys in a double cage, but then the rest of your team is locked in a fucking corner, until a timer goes off and then somebody else enters. That way you don't get like the big 5-on-5 style of, unless you're gonna do an elimination to make it interesting.
Well, even this year they took away the shark cages. I was like, see, that takes a bit away from me because it's like, at least then you had the interaction in the cages and things like that. Who's coming out next? Now it's just like Royal Rumble style. Okay, here's next, but there was no like stakes to it. It was weird.
I don't like that.
Mike said, what was the question? The question was, did you see what the stipulations were for the 3 stages of hell? If you did, put them in the chat so we kind of know. Perspective tonight. He also said, just my opinion, Drew deserves another decent run as champion. Reward for trying to keep things afloat during COVID. Yeah, I agree with that. And a big win at that. Like I thought last year, like what was it, Clash at the Castle in Scotland or whatever. I think that would have been a good place to give him that. But they had other plans, and I get it. But I would still like to see him get that big win he never got because of COVID, which sucked. We also got Slar in the chat. Hey, Dragons, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, too. Glad to have you on the show, as always, for sure. And we got chat's rolling in. Mike said, Brandon, what was your thoughts when TNA used to do a pay-per-view with all cage matches? Believe it was called Lockdown.
See, Lockdown was different in the aspect of, like, the way the matches were structured. Look, TNA did a lot of weird shit with their matches. Like the way they structured their matches or the way the stipulations worked. Lockdown was cool though, because I think every match was contested inside this cage, but like the cage itself was part of the whole gimmick because again, it's supposed to be locked down. There's no outside interference, none of that shit because of the cage.
Right.
That works, but it never works like that in WWE. If you have a cage match, somebody's coming out to do something at some point. Like, yeah, it was cool to see Austin get thrown through the cage. That was dope.
Even Hell in a Cell, people get in there now, and all that stuff. Yeah. Hell, Brock Lesnar walked out of a War Games match on this last November. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he came back, he went to attack, I think, Roman and stuff. But yeah, he left the cage, and you know what I mean? It's like, it's supposed to keep you in or out, you know what I mean? One of those things, but anyhow. So yeah, it's a little nitpicky on my part. But even if CodyRhodes does get past Drew McIntyre, we already have a pretty good idea maybe who's going to be his next opponent, as Randy Orton also returned tonight on SmackDown, actually giving, I think, a double RKO to The Miz, believe it or not. But after that, he found Cody in the back and said, regardless of what happens this year, I'm coming for that, pointing to the WWE title. So Randy Orton has definitely made his intentions known for the championship coming up this year. So we'll see if they do that with Randy. A lot of speculation about where Randy's been and some, criticism even about why he's not been on the shows as of late. Well, now they may be putting him in the title picture. So we'll see if we get heel Randy return maybe against Cody. Thoughts?
It's funny to see him as a coach, though. That's what he was doing. Like, got some time off and decided to do that. Anyway, do you think they would give Randy another run, like one more run with the belt? And would you want to see Randy get one more run with the belt? Do you think he deserved that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to let John Cena do it, why couldn't Randy Orton? I got no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, just depends on how you do it. Obviously, Cena's run wasn't the greatest as champion, but they kind of screwed the approach.
But that's different, though. Cena's never been a heel in the aspect of what Randy's been a heel. Randy's been a great fucking heel.
And he's not
Like,
been a heel in a
Randy-
while. So.
Randy needs to calm down. His arm looks like it's gonna freaking pop.
Well, it helps when you have a shirt that's like 2 sizes too small. But yeah, for sure.
True,
You gotta
but
show off the
that,
muscle.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, it's about the
that's
size
a
of
little
Cody's head
excessive.
from this angle. Holy crap.
Yeah,
But
I
anyway.
think it's the camera perspective, because if you look at it, it looks like his body is bigger than his fucking head, and I know
Yeah.
that's not true.
True. Yeah, these camera
So I
angles and
think
stuff make
it's
things
the
look
angle.
different. Yeah, I can see that.
But anyway,
Uh,
would you want to see Randy do another title run as
Yeah,
a
I'm
heel?
fine with it.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd
are we
rather he end
talking-
that way, probably.
Are we talking punk kick Randy, or are we just talking?
I want
Apex
full-blown
Predator.
sadistic. No, I want full-blown sadistic Randy. Punt kick, whatever it. I want the guy who will, murder
You
you, in
want
your
Legend
sleep.
Killer Randy?
no.
Yes, I
No,
do.
We don't
I like
need
that
all
character.
that. We need this Randy. This Randy is happy.
Happy Randy.
Like,
Okay.
But
I
I
mean,
mean, if you're still going to turn Cody heel, which I do believe they're going to do, you
That's
can have
possible,
him
too.
against a babyface.
I can't handle
that would-
Cody heel either. Like, I can't take him serious.
At least that one WWE's not done yet, and they may not be ready to pull that trigger just yet. But I'm with you though. I wouldn't mind seeing the Homelander Cody for sure. See how
Yeah.
they end up pulling that one off, no doubt about it. So yeah, and Mike's right. Gunther is the legend killer now. So yeah, or the career killer at this point. But yeah, so and Randy
Oh my
maybe
God,
another one of
could
those
you
guys.
imagine?
Well, I
Could you
wouldn't be
imagine
surprised
a
after
Randy and Gunther.
Gunther.
Oh,
I again, if you want to keep building Gunther as that career killer, AJ, Brock, Jericho, Orton, they're all on the cutting block in the next year or two. So why wouldn't you?
mm,
You know,
mm.
I don't know.
I
I'm
would
just
love
saying.
a Gunther Orton fucking program, like legit.
Mhm.
Oh man,
Yeah, it would be a lot
Yeah,
of fun,
I-
no doubt. But then, if that's the case, you're right. Randy had to be the babyface, though, for sure. And Mike said in the chat,
100%.
the 3 stages of hell has been announced as a regular match, which is normal. Falls count anywhere in the second match, and a steel cage in the third. So it's not quite Hell in a Cell,
Not a Hell in a
but
Cell,
it's pretty much what we kind of expected, though, a cage match. So
Mhm.
yeah, so that'll be a lot of fun to check out when Cody and Drew go one-on-one next week from Berlin, Germany.
When's the last time there was a false count anywhere match in WWE?
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. AEW's probably had one, but
Hell,
I don't
in
know about.
wrestling, no,
yeah.
I don't think AEW's done a false count anywhere match in a while. Either.
Oh my god.
The last one I remember them
Matt
doing
just threw
was
the
the one with, that's it.
Yeah.
It was a bad
The last
one,
one I
too.
remember them doing was Mox versus not AJ. I don't know why I call him AJ Styles. Kenny Omega.
Yeah.
When they had that match.
It's been a minute. Who was it against? Sorry.
Wasn't it Mox and Kenny Omega?
Oh, yeah, that may be
The
true.
first time they
Yeah, it's been a minute if that's the case. Yeah, I honestly couldn't put my finger on one. There's probably been one. There's got to be one recent, but I don't recall it. I'll have to
I
look
don't
into
know.
it.
Like,
but-
I don't
but
remember
yeah,
seeing
it
one.
feels like it's been a minute though, for sure. I mean, there's been no holds bars match. A lot of those kind of feel like no, false count anywhere, things like that. You know what I mean? So it could have been maybe just
Yeah.
under a different name, that sort of thing. Brandon, what would your 3 stages of hell be if you still wrestled? If you had to
a cage
stick
match
for
for one, a ladder match.
Barbed wire.
You're going extreme.
Barbed wire.
And a kendo stick match. I used to love those. Those were fun.
Well, you just go to destroy each other.
Yeah.
For sure. You're not going light on that first match at all.
What about the light tube?
I've never
Brandon?
done a cage match, and I've always wanted to do a cage match. So
Mm.
I would do one of those. What do you say? Light tubes? It's part of the kendo stick. So yeah.
So you can do it too.
So that is
Kendo stick death matches.
part of the
Kendo stick death matches where it's like
I've
light
heard light
tubes,
tubes.
there was thumbtacks, there was barbed wire wrap kendo sticks. Yeah, it was fucking brutal. But it was a good time. It was fun.
And Kathy said that she had her boys hung in for a bit, but they're out cold now, I guess. So, or at least they're off doing something else. Maybe I
At
don't know,
least they
either
watched,
sleep or
you
whatever.
know.
Either way, we appreciate their effort. No doubt about that for sure. But yeah, but speaking of surprise appearances on SmackDown, we got a few more. We got Matt Cardona, not Zack Ryder. Matt Cardona showed up on SmackDown, and Michael Cole announced that he is officially a part of the full-time active SmackDown roster. So he is back permanently as Matt Cardona. They've ditched the Zack Ryder name and theme song, and we've got always ready Matt Cardona. So happy to see him back full-time too. Him with Chelsea Green, his real-life wife, as well on the SmackDown roster. So thoughts on Cardona?
Do you think who was the other guy that used to be Zack Ryder's tag partner? Not Mojo, the other.
I don't remember.
God damn it, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Mike probably
anyway,
screaming.
He was in TNA with him. I wonder if he'll get an opportunity to come back too. But as far as Matt Cardona goes,
Myers, what's his name? Myers.
Yeah,
something Myers. Yeah. Oh, he's
Matt
not called
Myers
that. No, sorry, it was Kurt Hawkins was the WWE name.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was like Curtis Myers or something. I don't remember his name, but yeah. Anyway, you're right.
Do you think this is like we're going to get that version of Matt Cardona, like what he built himself up to be in TNA, or do you think it's going to be Zack Ryder? Just they're not calling him Zack Ryder.
Well, the way they presented him on SmackDown tonight, he wrestled Kit Wilson, and it felt like Matt Cardona. It didn't feel like Zack Ryder gimmick. It felt like they were ditching the goofiness. It was serious business, Matt Cardona. So I'm fine with that. I mean, I think they probably should have done that years ago with Cardona for whatever reason, but glad they at least found a way to make that work out now. And on top of that, I think we're getting some. Yeah,
I was gonna say, do you think this opens up the door for Ziggler?
Maybe.
Come back?
I mean, maybe call him Nick Nemeth this time for sure. Maybe possible too. I don't know, but very possible with the TNA partnership. But yeah, so I feel like we're also getting NXT call-ups pretty early on this year, because on SmackDown we also got appearances from Trick Williams and Jordan Grace, who was in the back contemplating her future with general manager Nick Aldis. So she could also maybe end up on Raw. We'll have to wait and see. But Trick Williams looked to be a full-blown member of the SmackDown roster at this point. So we may be getting Obafemi, Ricky Saints. We don't know what guys from NXT are coming up on these shows, but I got a feel we're going to get 2 or 3 per show. So yeah, again, the younger talent, we're finally starting to get them, their sea legs under them, as it were. So yeah, I can't wait for this. As he went toe to Trick Williams did a promo segment with Sami Zayn, so that was kind of cool to see too.
Ooh.
So definitely go check that out. It was a very fun watch, in my opinion. So yeah, looking forward to see what they do with all these guys, no doubt. But speaking of the future, there was also news this week that came out that apparently WWE has offered The Rock big money because we also know that he's not going to be at WrestleMania this year. However, the rumor right now is that The Rock may be in line for his final match at WrestleMania 43 at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which would probably explain where a lot of that money came from, for sure, because they want the biggest stars they could get over there. And if that ends up being the case, that'd be about a little over a year or so away now at this point. But if that ends up being the case, there's only one match they need to do, and we need to see. That has been teased for a while now that they wanted to do 2 years ago. So, thoughts on this? Could we see The Rock?
Why does he look like Aquaman? Like deadass?
Hey, that's a good point. Looks like Lobo here. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, but
you're 100% correct. This is the only match I want to see. This is the only match it should be.
Yeah, if we're going to do it, let's do this and this alone. It better be, he better show up to promote all this sort of stuff, which, we had issues with the WrestleMania this year. Didn't show up to pay off the heel turn and all that stuff. But this year, I think he probably should. I kind of wonder if he felt a little, I don't know about disrespected, but like felt a little shunned. How the crowd wanted Cody against Roman that year, and I think Rock was set for it, and they had to alter their plans. But yeah, if we get it, this is the one that they need to pay off the promise. So I'm down for it if we do it. But Rock will be 53 years old at the time, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or he's 53 now.
You still want to bump at 53?
No, I don't want to bump now. But I never did. So The Rock. How old is The Rock? Is 53 now, so he'd be 55 or so when this match happens.
Yeah, so, I don't know if I want to see a 55-year-old Rock in the ring. I'm gonna be real honest with you, champ.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to see that either. Not only that, during the tag match WrestleMania 40, they were kind of.
We saw what a 55-year-old Goldberg looked like.
Well, he may be pushing 60. Actually, I'm not sure. But either way, but yeah, The Rock had a hard time moving around a little bit in the tag match. Let alone you got to go 1-on-1. Luckily, Roman has this more slower style. You could get away with some smoke and mirrors, I think. But we'll see if this ends up taking place. So, but yeah, reports are saying he's been offered big money. So we'll see if he ends up taking it. But not this year, but maybe next for sure. And last but not least in WWE, apparently Netflix has now acquired the pay-per-view PLE library, as they've now begun to show up after the pay-per-views and stuff have left Peacock. So now they've got, I think, a lot of the Raw stuff on there because they've already got the rights to that.
Why?
And now it looks like
Netflix
a lot of the backlog is
trash.
there. Because they are in the contract with Monday Night Raw. That's why. Now, that does not have SmackDown, NXT, and even a lot of the old WCW and ECW libraries. But the pay-per-views for WWE, for the most part, seem to pretty much all be there or going there soon. So thoughts on that? Seems like it's kind of consolidating a little bit closer to more in one place. And, of course, the YouTube channel is still good for that, too. So, yeah.
I feel like they should just bring back the network. I'm so for real about that. Like, I seen it was a meme at this point, but I seen this meme of like it saying how much we miss you, and then it has Netflix at the bottom, like, it's what we want, but what we got type shit. And it was so fucking successful, and the price was nice.
Yeah. I mean, you add this with before the network was just wrestling, you get all the movies and series and stuff on Netflix too. Plus, they're going to, finish their acquisition of Warner Brothers. I could see like paying 15, 16, 17, whatever Netflix is now. But once Warner Brothers gets under the umbrella, that price is going to go up to at least 20. So yeah, it's going to keep going up a little here and there. But at least you're getting a bunch more than just WWE in that case. But as of right now, I believe the pay-per-views streaming live are on ESPN. I think Netflix in other countries, but here in America, it's still ESPN. So that's another thing. But I think you get a bundle maybe or some sort in there too. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so that's kind of where that's going for sure. Mike said, The Rock don't care. So I guess has he approached Brock Lesnar territory for you now? Is that kind of where we're going with this? So, I mean, I get it. Like I said, I had my issues with Rock last year. But again, I know you say his name and he'll be there. People are gonna tune in to fucking see it. So is he Joe Hendry? Say his name and he'll appear. Pretty much, pretty much. So for sure. Don't
but anyway, badmouth Joe Hendry like that.
Yeah, he's on it. He's officially
Joe Hendry.
He's officially a member of the NXT roster now, so that's also great to see too. And I believe he might have even made an appearance on SmackDown last week, so that's good. So that's we may be getting him on the main roster sooner than later as well. So
I'm just looking around to make sure he didn't appear.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he appears in the Royal Rumble, that's all that matters to me.
Me and Lane, a friend of mine at work, we have made fun of that so much.
The Joe
like every time I see him, he goes, well, good thing Joe Henry's not here.
It's crazy how like some of these guys, some of these gimmicks, are a thing. You know what I mean? Orange Cassidy, his whole gimmick. Joe Hendry's gimmick. Like it sounds so cheesy and so like, but it's like at its core, it's wrestling, I guess, right?
Right.
But how they get over and to the crowd, like to see that many people pop at WrestleMania for him to do that thing where he turns around, like, you know what I mean? It was crazy.
Right. I hear you. I got to address Kathy's in the chat real quick. She said, please say my boy's name one more time. I guess they want to hear it again. Hunter and Connor. Thank you for watching the show, Hunter and Connor. So for sure. Anyway, never say we didn't do anything for you. For sure. No doubt about it. So yeah, good to have you on the show, guys. No doubt about it. All right. So I'm going to run through the AEW part of this kind of quickly so we can kind of touch on it real quick. But since we're running a little long here, I'm going to go through it kind of fast as I can here. But on the flip side, we got to talk about the other potential big company in the wrestling business for sure. And of course, their World's End pay-per-view was 2 days after Christmas, and I thought it was a pretty solid show. Not the biggest when it comes to like title changes and big events like that, maybe making the news, but some solid matches all the way around, so I recommend it. The biggest storylines coming out of it, though, was, of course, the winner of the Continental Classic, the C2 tournament, was Jon Moxley. It was not who we kind of thought. We thought it was going to be Konosuke Takeshita, and the finals was going to be Okada and Takeshita. Now, that match did end up happening, but it was during the semifinals before they got to the finals, and, of course, the winner of this match ended up being Kazuchika Okada, who ended up hitting Konosuke Takeshita with a screwdriver given to him by Don Callis at ringside and allowed him to pick up the victory. So that's going to even just drive the wedge even further in the Don Callis family. And not only that, but Don Callis had 3 of his guys in the final 4 of the tournament, Okada, Takeshita, and Kyle Fletcher, and none of them won the tournament. So Mox did. So that's going to make the Don Callis family implode even further, I think, coming down the line here. So yeah, interesting to see that Jon Moxley won it, especially after all the struggles he had. We kind of thought maybe the Death Riders would break up over it. Don't know if that's going to happen, but Jon Moxley, after beating Okada in the tournament, actually cut a babyface promo. So he basically went full-blown babyface here. And we don't know exactly how the Death Riders are going to really, get along with that, if they may turn on him eventually. As of right now, they're still sticking with him on Dynamite this week, but that could still be coming and the Riders still be heels. So we'll have to wait and see. But thoughts on Moxley winning and Okada and Takeshita?
Please don't have Moxley win anything. He wins everything.
No, I'm glad he won.
I like Moxley. Don't be wrong.
Interesting face turn. He's going to get exiled from the group. That's going to happen.
I think so. And that's the story, I think. Yeah.
I think they're positioning Pac to be the leader, but I would love for it to be Claudio. But anyway,
and some of that could stem from jealousy too, because Pac and Claudio were both also in the tournament and they didn't win. So I could see how that could fuel this. So yeah,
and if you couple that with the fact that Mox has been losing a lot of big matches, and they were already contemplating that whole thing, but now they've lost in these big matches, and Mox has won the big match. So
exactly,
I think that's an interesting throw.
So it's not exactly how we thought it would go, but it still works. Assuming they end up doing that for sure.
And with the Don Callis thing, though, him using that screwdriver, you realize that Fletcher was also looking for that screwdriver, but it was gone because of Okada.
Yeah, I can't remember if Don Callis actually handed it to him or if he found it at ringside stashed away. Either way, because I wouldn't think that Don Callis could give it to him, because the rule in the Continental Classic is there's no outside interference. You can't do it. So I'm pretty sure I was wrong on that. I think he found it at ringside. But yeah, you're right. So in that case, that would also drive miscommunication, that sort of thing right there as well. So and Mike said in the chat, can't wait for gotta get new material, dude. Can't wait for AEW to resurrect the Pacific Northwest Championship to be defended exclusively on the East Coast. And that is again my one problem with this here. You had the Unified Championship with the International title. Now the Unified Championship is no more because the Continental title is under Mox, and the International Championship is still with Okada. So the national title that Ricochet holds currently, there's really no need for it again. So you kind of, if anything, the Unified Championship should be the International title and the National Championship together. So we'll see if they end up fixing that problem. But that is a thing for sure. So we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But we also got William Regal was in the news this week after the match with Fletcher and Moxley, where Kyle Fletcher fell on the back of his neck off of a suplex off the top, and of course BronBreakker also at Survivor Series taking a Doomsday device where he landed on the back of his neck, falling off another guy's shoulders. William Regal put out a statement where basically like all these young guys need to understand that you're young right now, but here I am at 57 years old, and you got to understand I've been through it. And I've had neck issues, including screws in my neck that he posted a picture of his x-rays. So he's trying to warn these younger talents to be safer and not take these unnecessary risks. So, but he made the news a little bit here. What are your thoughts on William? I think he's being wise, and trying to help educate these kids to just calm down so you have, you live your life normally later without being in a wheelchair.
He's only got 4 screws.
It's more than actually looks like 5. Looks like 5, but anyway, but
5,
but anyway, he's got a bunch, and he's had his issues, and he almost died a few years ago too. So it's like, he's coming from a place of experience, but
his heart's in the right place. Like I'll say that, but like ultimately, we're part of when I say we, wrestling fans are part of the reason why these guys take these risks, because
they're bored.
Unfortunately, and it sucks that that's the case, but that's the truth of the matter. Part of that is because these guys did shit like this. Now, Breakker's different aspect because he wasn't on the indies like that, I don't think. But when you get these guys who come from the indies, people see that shit, and then now they're on the big screen, and now you want to see them do that shit. You know what I mean? So like, I think it's one of those. It's coming from a good place.
Well,
they don't think about it.
here are the two bumps in question, by the way. Here's the Kyle Fletcher bump that was taken from John Moxley here. If I can get it to play without audio.
I'm not watching this.
Oh,
it's a rough one for certain. And then of course the other one in question is the BronBreakker at Survivor Series. Again, these are, he's warning against these for a reason, because these can definitely lead to bigger problems going down the line. So, like I said, hopefully these guys will learn from maybe some of the past wrestlers who trying to warn them before they end up in these situations themselves. So, but he definitely made the news this week talking about it for sure. But the biggest story coming out of World's End was, of course, the crowning of the new AEW World Champion. MJF defeated Samoa Joe, Hangman Adam Page, and Swerve Strickland, and he unveiled his new Triple B Big Burberry belt on Dynamite this week. And of course, he's immediately going to be met by a bunch of challengers, including Kenny Omega, who announced his intentions to go after the belt this week because he was the first guy that MJF beat for his first title. He's like, what would it have been like had I not allowed MJF to get it in the first place? And so we're going to see Kenny Omega, who apparently is feeling better about himself, is going to put himself in the title picture here from the looks of things. And we're also going to be getting probably rematches because Swerve, Hangman, and Joe all want the title. So yeah, this could get very interesting moving forward. And but before we get to any of those challengers with MJF, next or in 2 weeks, I should say, on Dynamite, the Ring of Honor World Champion Bandito gets his championship match against MJF first after earning it by winning the Dynamite Diamond Ring not too long back. So yeah, we're getting that there. So both the companies that Tony Khan owns, their champions, are going one-on-one in 2 weeks' time. But even before we get to that, this next week on Dynamite, the main event's going to be a lights-out, no-holds-barred match between Hangman and Swerve versus the Ops Powerhouse Hobbs and Hook, who Joe is sicking on his former rivals here. So yeah, a lot of good stuff coming down the line in the world of pro wrestling on both companies, if you ask me right now. So yeah, thoughts on that with MJF winning the world title as well?
Nope. Go to Avengers.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Calm down.
I mean, we kind of figured that's where it was going to go. So it's good for it to go there.
I didn't expect Kenny.
A convoluted way to get there, though. No,
Yeah.
Kenny, I don't know why. Kenny would be great. Like,
well, I'm not saying it won't be bad, but there's all the reports like his diverticulitis. He's still dealing with issues all the time. Yeah. Him going, all right, I'm back in the title picture. That was a surprise to me. That's all. But yeah, definitely be great. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing it for sure. So we'll see where that goes. And last but not least, when it comes to the world of pro wrestling, MercedesMone now has 2 less titles. She's losing them at a rapid pace right now. As about a week or so ago on Collision, she lost the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's Championship to Alex Windsor.
Mouthful.
I know. I had to write that one down just to remember it for sure. And then, of course, this 2 nights ago on Dynamite, she also lost the AEW TBS Championship to WillowNightengale after they, Willow pinned her in the tag title match at the pay-per-view. She earned the title match, and now she beats Mercedes. And Willow was the woman that Mercedes won the TBS title off of in the first place. So now it's Willow 2 belts, as she is now the first woman to hold the TBS Championship twice and the first ever woman to hold 2 AEW Women's titles at the same time, as she is also currently one half of the AEW Women's Tag Team Champions here. So, and it was kind of a fun little way to end the show too, because the night culminated with longtime friends turned enemies reuniting as friends, as Chris Statlander came out to congratulate Willow on her victory. And Willow, who has been very reluctant to accept Statlander's apology for turning on her, and she also re-embraced her, giving Statlander a hug as the show went off the air. So it was some good long-term storytelling booking there, because they've been going back and forth of, what, can I trust you? Can I not trust you? So yeah, it was kind of good to see. And it's safe to say, at the very least, the collapse of MercedesMone is officially underway, as I believe her current belt count is now down to 9, with 8 championships and 1 Owen Hart Cup championship belt too.
The collapse is
like the Indianapolis Colts. The collapse of Mercedes has officially begun.
Nobody folds like the Colts does.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little later. But yeah, so thoughts on Mercedes getting back to a relatively normal amount of belts potentially soon?
Not till she loses all of them. I don't want to hear shit else.
It's coming, I think, slowly but surely, as we predicted that would probably be the storyline, and it's a good one, I think, because start that long tumble down that mountain is going to be a rough one for old Mercedes for sure. But happy for Willow though. I like WillowNightengale, first ever woman to hold 2 AEW titles at the same time for a woman. So that's great. So that's a lot of good things to see, no doubt about it. So, all right. So any other thoughts on pro wrestling? A lot of that. I know Matt's like ready. Let's get on with it. Let's get on.
Watch wrestling. It's good time.
It's good stuff right now. And like I said, it was 2 weeks. Got a lot of newsworthy items, so I had to get through it. But
I will agree with Brandon on that. Watch wrestling. It does seem like it's entertaining right now. So
and it's hitting a good space. We got WWE coming into their WrestleMania season 2, which is always their best time of the year too. So once Royal Rumble hits at the end of January, it's gonna be a lot of fun. So can't wait to see it. All right, let's move into the movie section of the show here, where we got a few trailers to talk about and a few other things. So let's check it out. Here we go. All right, the first movie trailer I want to talk about tonight is it's something that Matt's at least been kind of looking forward to for sure. Yeah.
Before you go on to this, when you went to the show that the video, the intro, it paused for a minute on my end. I don't know if that's on everybody's end. So if we're having difficulties, I apologize.
There may be a little stuttering or something. It's just, I don't know. We'll have to see how it ends up going. But it played good on my end, so I'll have to wait. I'll have to watch it back to see how it goes. But yeah, hopefully it was okay. But anyway, so yeah, Matt, a movie that Matt I know is interested in, and that is of course The Odyssey, Christopher Nolan's next big film that's coming out in July. It dropped its first trailer this week, or I think it was last week actually. So I thought we'd watch it real quick and get everybody's thoughts on it, because this looks like it's going to be one of the more highly anticipated movies of the year, because if it's Christopher Nolan, you know it's going to be pretty good. So let's check it out real quick, and we'll let you know what we think about it. So here we go. I think, yeah, there it goes. Slowly. Syncope. Beaches. Damn.
After years of war, no one could stand between my men and home.
Spider-Man.
Not even me.
Whoa, cool. Ooh. Huh.
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't?
I don't look anything like Matt Damon to me. But I mean, just looks like completely different. But yeah, so yeah, this is going to be one of the most anticipated movies of the year, like I said. And the Odyssey, it follows Odysseus. I think that's how you say his name, the legendary Greek king of Odysseus. Thank you. Yes, Odysseus. Jesus. Thank you. Following the legendary Greek king of Ithaca on his long and perilous journey home following the Trojan War, chronicling his encounters with mythical beings such as the Cyclops, Polyphemus, I think that's how you say it, Sirens, and the witch god Circe, while attempting to reunite with his wife Penelope, played by Anne Hathaway. The film stars Matt Damon, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, Lupita Nyong'o, Zendaya, Charlize Theron, John Bernthal, and John Leguizamo, among others. So all-star cast, no doubt about that, is one of Nolan's marquee things. So thoughts on this trailer? Is this something you'd be interested in? I know Matt it's said before he would be. So thoughts?
It looks cool. Like, I don't think we've gotten like a good kind of like, I don't know what I want to call it, like gladiator style, 300 style kind of movie in a while. This looks really good though.
Yeah.
I read that book.
Did you?
In school. Yeah.
If you've read the book,
yeah, I've read the book.
Then everybody cowboy up, because the Odyssey is it's messed up.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, most people know the story of the Trojan horse and things like that. So I don't know how much this will dive into it. This seems more like the journey after the fact, but I'm sure it'll touch on it as well. But
yes,
yeah, for sure.
Kind of reminds me of a Troy style movie.
Of course, yeah.
Weird to see Tom Holland, but if Matt Damon plays the character who I suspect he's playing, he would be a good one.
Yeah, the main character.
Matt Damon.
So, yeah.
I'm assuming Matt Damon's playing Odysseus.
Yes.
Which anyone who reads the Odyssey would know that Odysseus' story it's not a faint-hearted story. I mean, everybody took advantage of Odysseus. And
but it looks good though. I want to see
basically
it.
took his house, took his house, took his wife, took everything from him because they thought he was dead. And he comes back, and it is like.
To be honest, I don't know much about this, so I'm,
but
I know it's going to be a big movie. It's one of those things. I don't want to know a ton just because I want to go to the movie and experience it. To tell me the story as it is. Obviously, I know bits.
I'm not giving away anything that you guys aren't going to know.
No, of course, yeah. But yeah, I think it looks good then, though, huh? Yeah, well,
yes, very good.
I'm getting more of your opinion than mine because, like I said, this is one of those movies that's a little new for me. So, but with Christopher Nolan, I have no doubt
it's very good. It looks very good. Looks very book accurate from the trailer. So that's what intrigues me. Okay.
Well, not only that, Zendaya is also in this film. So not only are we getting Spider-Man, but Zendaya, who's going to have a big year, is going to be in Spider-Man Brand New Day. She's going to be in Dune Part 3. And, of course, this as well. So she's going to have a huge 2026. I think she's also in next season of Euphoria and things like that. So she's all over the place right now. And Tom Holland as well. But, yeah, for sure, especially her in this one. Kind of like Jason Momoa, who's in, like, Street Fighter. He's going to be in Supergirl, and all this sort of stuff as well. So definitely cool to see. And, of course, Anne Hathaway is a great actress as well. Another one from the Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan tends to use a lot of the same actors from some of his other films. Matt Damon definitely being one of them. And then Anne Hathaway was in The Dark Knight Rises. She played Catwoman there. So, yeah, I mean, and, of course, we got the other Batman, Robert Pattinson, also in this. So that'll be interesting to see, who I believe they may even be also in Tom Holland's new Spider-Man movie. So a lot of these actors stick together in a lot of their projects. It's crazy to see how it all meshes together.
Well, it just seems like they're working together on a lot of films. So
of course. I mean, once you get friends in Hollywood, I guess you decide to, just want to keep working with your buddies. I mean, Adam Sandler does it all the time. You don't get no flack for it. So he's got Kevin James and Chris Rock and Rob Schneider, all these guys for certain. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Nolan does with this for sure. Okay, so the next one is one I think probably most people want to know most about. I know me, it's my most anticipated film of the year, and we officially have our first two. If it ever loads up properly again here. Okay, here we go. We have our first two official teasers, and I stress the word teaser, for Avengers Doomsday coming out next December. And what I believe is going on now, there was talks about doing 4 trailers, the first 3, and then maybe a teaser trailer at the end of the 4. But now there are reports saying we're going to get more than 4 little teasers, and potentially we're going to maybe get one of these a week leading into Super Bowl, and we may get the first teaser there, which I think would be a pretty good marketing strategy. So here's the official first teaser poster for Avengers Doomsday right here. And of course, we got the first trailer last week for, well, we'll just watch it. You probably already know at this point who's in it, but let's check it out and let you guys know what we think. Here we go. Ta-dum. What's your baby?
Cat got a baby.
Cat finally got some. Had a boy, brother. And of course, the trailer ends with the countdown, the doomsday clock, as it were. So, yeah, and if you can't tell at the bottom of our screen here on our overlay, we also have the Avengers countdown between now and next December. We'll be updating that weekly for you here, just because it's, like I said, it's my most anticipated film of the year. So this will officially mark Chris Evans' 12th appearance in the MCU at this point. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of these obviously are cameos, which, you know, Thor did the same thing, and Robert Downey Jr., but Downey's been about this level as well. So all these OG characters look to be coming back, as we've been saying for months here on the channel. Now we've got confirmation of Chris Evans 100%. And a lot of people even saying this trailer is indicating that he's going to be the main protagonist to go up against Tony Stark's, or Dr. Doom's antagonist, I should say. So we'll see how that ends up going, maybe like a Civil War Part 2 situation. But also, since we had 2 weeks off, we've got a second teaser as well that features another OG Avenger. So here you go.
Father, all my life, I have answered every call to honor, duty, to war. But now fate has given me something I never sought. A child, a life untouched by the storm. Lend me the strength of the old fathers, so that I may fight once more, defeat one more enemy, and return home to her. Not as a warrior, but as warmth. To teach her not battle, but stillness. The kind I never knew. Please, Father, heed my words.
And again with the countdown. So, yeah, like I said, these are coming out every single week with Avatar, Fire, and Ash right now currently in theaters. So, yeah,
I got a feeling Thor's not making it out of this movie.
I mean, you may be right about that. A lot of people have speculated that may be potentially the case. And if that's the case, it'll mark his 11th appearance in the MCU. So, yeah. Matt has something to say.
If that's not going to scare the shit out of you, I don't know what will.
Like,
I mean,
like
if
Odin and it Captain being there gives you goosebumps. I'm not gonna. I just have to say that there's no way that this movie is going to be bad.
I'll say this. I mean, I don't think so either. I hope not.
I don't think there's a way they can.
Oh, there's ways. There's ways, but let's hope that don't happen.
There is ways,
I mean, did you watch Thor: Love and Thunder? I mean, I didn't hate the movie, but it wasn't their best effort. But at least he got the child out.
It wasn't a bad movie, though.
It was just a little too hammy sometimes for a lot of folks. It's considered probably the worst Thor film, and that's saying something after Dark World. But either way, so yeah, I guess to each their own. But this seems to be more down to earth, serious Thor. Obviously, he's got a child to look after now, which he got in Thor: Love and Thunder, who is actually a daughter of Eternia, a cosmic being. So again, we've got Franklin Richards in the Fantastic Four. We've got this character, Love. We've also got the son or daughter, I'm assuming son of Captain America, Steve Rogers. It feels, again, like we're getting the theme of fatherhood and family and potentially Dr. Doom going after these superpowered children, which is ironically interesting because Gore the God Butcher did something similar in Love and Thunder, but for different reasons. Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up playing a factor here. So thoughts on these two trailers? This is kind of the stills from these two. I know, like I said, they're teasers. We're going to get multiples of these going into the Super Bowl, which I think will culminate everything into a trailer. So what do you think?
It's like Cap's welcome back, but it literally feels like Thor is not making it out of this movie. Like,
can you imagine if the end of this movie ends with Dr. Doom killing Thor? Talk about a way to set, Dr. Doom up as the biggest of villains. I mean, Thor, who's been there since the beginning. I mean, Thanos snapping Loki's neck and going toe-to-toe with Hulk was one thing. It may not be, but
I don't think it's at the end. I think it's right off. I think it's right off the bat.
But then you'd be copying the Loki death. I want to see Thor and Loki together one more time at least, because remember, Loki promised Thor, the sun will shine on us again, brother, before his neck was snapped. So I want to see that moment at least. And if that's the case with Thor,
right when he gets his neck snapped.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. But
they got that moment. What are you talking about?
Well,
they got that moment when they beat Thanos.
Loki wasn't there.
I know. But
so how does Loki and Thor? Yeah, but Loki's got to be there for that. Loki's got to be there for that. Together is what
Loki
he means.
Loki will be there. It'll be a vision as he dies. Like, it's his ghost or spirit walking him to.
I think Loki is the MacGuffin of the film, the thing that Dr. Doom is after. Because remember, at the end of Loki season 2, Loki is holding the multiverse in his hands. So I think that Dr. Doom wants to get to Loki so he can rule the multiverse and to make it into his own image.
But
that's what I think.
Question. What does Franklin Richard has to do with any of this?
Well, I don't want to ruin Fantastic for those who haven't seen it. I know Matt has. He talked to me a little bit about the first show. But anybody who knows the comics knows Franklin Richards is a cosmic powered being. So again, if you're going to reshape the multiverse or a universe in your image, you need these cosmic beings to create worlds, right? Things like that. Yeah. So Franklin Richards could be one. Love can be another. I don't know what other. I mean, there's other characters in the MCU that are younger on the younger side that have these special powers. So we could. I mean, that's a theory right now, but definitely the theme of fatherhood and children with their. Remember, Tony Stark had a daughter as well.
Yeah,
Stark died though, so you know what I mean. Like, so and the rumor is Dr. Doom has lost his family because of the collapse of the multiverse, and he blames the Avengers for going back in time and screwing things up in Endgame, and that's why he wants to go out to get them. So if that's the case, he loses a family with kids and a wife. So it makes some sense if they end up playing that card for sure. Yeah, this looks great to me so far. And of course, the trailer came out with the reveal of the iconic Avengers A, and they kind of meshed them all together for all the first teaser trailers or teaser posters, I should say, for the Avengers films. So they all very poetic, all there together. And of course, now that we've got those two trailers, the trailer currently showing in theaters with Avatar Fire and Ash supposedly centers around the X-Men. Here are the screenshots for that trailer. I can't show it yet because it's not been officially released, but next week, if it is released, we'll reveal it on the show next week. But this trailer heavily has to do with Magneto, Professor X, and Cyclops, basically around the X-Mansion. Magneto and Professor X playing chess. The king moves as Magneto levitates it, and then you see a vision of Cyclops tearing the mask off with a big blast of beams shooting up into the sky as Sentinels walk behind Cyclops. So, thoughts on what that trailer is going to look like next week, most likely. Obviously, I just pretty well told you everything that happened in it, but I did the same thing with the other two trailers you just watched. So, thoughts on this one? Can't wait to see Magneto, Professor X, Cyclops, and all the X-Men back myself. So,
yeah, I get why Cyclops though, because Cyclops is a very strong mutant, but like the Sentinels, I wonder where they come from. Are they going to be a byproduct of Dr. Doom?
Well, remember we've speculated before about potentially like in Doctor Strange 2, where there was Iron Man bots, controlling the planet with the Illuminati. What if the Sentinels are what they're using as Dr. Doom's Doom bots, as it were, in this film, especially to go after the mutants, which is obviously heavy in the comic stuff. So yeah, that could be what it may be under Doom's control. So we'll have to wait and see. Or this could just be their universe collapsing before they end up having to join with the Avengers and things like that. I don't know. But and I don't know how Deadpool and Wolverine play into this either. That's a whole nother ball of wax. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But that's the next teaser for next week. So check us out back here on the podcast. We'll talk about that one when it drops. But before then, we also got Robert Downey Jr. over Christmas, literally getting on his X account once again, teasing Iron Man and Dr. Doom with these ornaments. So again, correct. Are you going to be more stunned like me now if Iron Man doesn't show back up in this with Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark? I mean, as much as he's teasing it.
Dang
I'm not so sure of that.
I think I don't know. I feel like it's still a more subtle thing of the Iron Man is Doom. Like
that could be too. And there's precedent for that. We've talked about that too.
But Eric, it makes sense because
if Tony died
of
in this
Ultron,
if Tony died in this one, in this universe, right? But the Tony, I guess it would be in Doom's universe, lost his family instead. It could be just that, like Iron Man. It could be one of those subtle things that Iron Man is Doom.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot. I don't know if you know of a YouTube channel called Screen Crush. They got a lot of great theories over there, and one of them in particular is if you go, there's a scene in Avengers Endgame where Tony, when he goes back in time to get the PIM particles, he meets his father in the past, right? And there's a scene where they're in like the elevator and stuff, and they're talking about Tony, you know, or Tony's mom is pregnant with him at the time. And Howard starts talking about how, she's about this big around and, you know, she's about to give birth. And Tony looks at him confused almost. And it's going to let a lot of people to speculate that potentially that the Tony Stark we know in the MCU was adopted. And if that's the case, perhaps the reason why Dr. Doom looks like Tony Stark is because Tony Stark is actually Victor Von Doom, but he was adopted by the Starks and given the name Tony. So in every other universe, the one who looks like Robert Downey Jr. is Doom, but in the MCU, it's Tony. Now, again, that may not go well with some fans based on the story writing. I don't know how that will be received if that is indeed the case, but at least it would make some sense if you were to write it that way. So
it makes perfect sense to me, but I still think that universe is Dr. Doom in this new universe we're in. And you know what? I have to, it's hard for me because I have always held a special place in my heart for Iron Man. I've always thought Iron Man was the best superhero, the best MCU character. And I'm like slowly mentally preparing myself to watch
Iron Man
kill
to be
people.
a bad guy.
I don't know if there is any preparation because I
don't know how I'm going to receive it.
Yeah,
but it's going to happen regardless.
It's going to break a lot of hearts. I got a feeling, especially Spider-Man's for certain. Whenever he ends up, I don't know if he's going to be in Doomsday yet. But
I don't know how that's going to happen.
And if you didn't see this, we probably posted it as well. But this is what Robert Downey Jr. posted on Thanksgiving. So tearing that old wishbone. So again, and he's posted comic books with them fighting each other on the cover. I don't know, man. They're not going to tell you if Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man is in it or not. That's going to be a surprise. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if it happens. But I'm going to be more shocked if it doesn't have at this point. So yeah. Any other thoughts on Avengers? And like I said, there's going to be more to come with this. It's going to be a long year of build up. For sure.
He shows back up as Iron Man again and Doom kills him.
Like, I feel like
that'd be a boy. Yeah, you might as well keep him dead at that point.
If he isn't going to be in the movie, it'll probably be the last trailer.
Yes.
That's how
it would be the last, just to sell, hey, Iron Man's back. Come watch the movie. We need money. You know, the last shot of the last trailer, like in the fall after they re-release Endgame in September or something like that. Yes, I could see that maybe being the case, but not.
They're re-releasing Endgame.
Because I don't know if you were here. No, you weren't here on the show. You weren't here on the show. We talked about it, but they have now said that Avengers Doomsday is a direct sequel to Endgame.
Okay.
So you don't even have to have seen anything in between. Now, obviously, they'll have to catch you up on like Thor's daughter and little storylines like that that's taken place since then. But if you have not, they'll have to reintroduce them a little bit in the movie. But other than that, you're not going to have to see a whole lot in between. So that's a good thing for the audience members who haven't kept up with everything since Endgame. But yeah, they're re-releasing it in theaters for those fans, and then like 2-3 months before Doomsday hits in September. So yeah, so interesting to see for sure. But I can't wait. It's a long year away, but at the same time, hopefully it's not going to get boring to everybody because, you know, it is a lot Avengers stuff, but then we covered a lot here on the channel. But at the same time, it's important. It's the biggest movie of the year. So yeah, I think. Before we move on to the other stuff, Mike had a chat in here. He said something about he wasn't a fan of the old ECW. So many violent matches was unnecessary, dangerous spots, short careers, and a few cases lives due to those matches and spots. Absolutely. So ECW was a little too out of control for my life, for sure. And Kathy, I don't know if she's still here or not. She says, "Thank you, my boys. I love getting recognized live. So love y'all. So we love you too." But yeah, anything we can do for the little ones, no doubt about it. And Mike said, "Finally saw Karate Kid's Legends. It wasn't bad. The last scene was great and funny, in my opinion. I haven't seen any of Cobra Kai, so I got a lot to catch up on. But
you got a lot of catching up to do."
Yeah, Karate Kid Legends, I heard wasn't that great, but if from what I could tell, is more of a fan of the series, and Mike liked it. Maybe it's better than most people were giving it. Now, no, he seemed like he liked the last scene, was maybe not the rest of it wasn't great, but that wasn't bad. So I don't know. We'll have to see if we can liberate a little bit there. But yeah, so good to hear that at least. And then he said, "Just curious, who wins in an archery contest, Green Arrow or Hawkeye?" They tied.
Same person. They're the same person.
You know, Miranda
no
loves
difference.
These. Yeah. No, I don't even know if Hawkeye being a Doomsday, he got ran over by a freaking snowplow, so who knows?
No, he done.
Well, he said they wanted him back for Hawkeye season 2, but then they tried to jip him on pay. It wasn't the studio's fault. He said it was the penny pushers and stuff like that who were trying to. But he's like, I'm just asking for the same pay, not more pay, and they were trying to cut him a little bit. So he said, until we get that worked out, we're not doing it. But anyway,
they have to. The budget for Doomsday is going to be so high. They're going to have to. I mean,
yeah. I mean, that's why. I mean, you may not see every character until like Secret Wars, kind of like what was for Infinity War, because obviously. Well, at the beginning of Endgame, most people were snapped, I should say. So, yeah, it may be a sort of same situation there. And then in Secret Wars, you see them all. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the case or not. But, yeah, I'll have to look forward to there. Last trailer I want to check out real quick is completely different than comics. It's more sports-related. So let's check out the trailer for the upcoming Amazon Prime movie that's coming out, an original. It's called Madden. Based on John Madden from the NFL. We talked a little bit about this as well, but they got a trailer for it out now, so that we check it out and let you guys know what we think about that too. So here we go, starring NicolasCage and Christian Bale.
There's only one John Madden. They didn't make another one. He is one of a kind. Football wouldn't be football without him.
I have no idea where we are, who we are, where we're coming from, or who we're throwing to.
Very interesting.
Nailed it. So yeah, just kind of a short little teaser, but the film comes out on Amazon Prime around Thanksgiving. I don't know if it's exactly Thanksgiving, but it might be. But anyway, so yeah, so NicolasCage looks the part in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a little weird because you can see Nick Cage still.
Yeah,
but it's supposed to be Matt. You know what I mean? Like. It's there, but it's not quite there. I don't know. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people online who saw this photo and they thought it was going to be a Donald Trump mockumentary, which is not the case. But,
yes.
But at the same time,
sounds like wishful thinking.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just like, yeah, any chance we can do to make fun of him, right? But at the same time, no, I think it's fine. I think he look at these photos of John Madden back in the day. I mean. Pulling out the old 70s pants, things like that, and all that sort of good stuff. So definitely looks the part, and I want to see more. Obviously, we just got a little bit in this teaser, but Christian Bale also looks great as Al Davis, the owner of the Raiders at the time.
Al Davis.
Yeah. So yeah. So wow. Batman and Ghost Rider are teaming up for a football movie. So
Batman and Ghost Rider is funny.
It's crazy, isn't it? And I still think we're going to see Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider in Doomsday as well, or Secret Wars at some point. So never say never. But yeah, so thoughts on this Madden documentary? Well, it's more of a movie, I guess, or whatever it might be. But
it looks good.
Yeah,
it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'd like
John Madden was very integral to football. I mean,
sure. I know it's not what most people remember him for, but I always get cracked up and I laugh when you go back and watch how he used to draw like the sketches on the screen there to show where the play was going, but he accidentally would circle a couple players and draw two lines, look like he was drawing a penis. It was like, do you know what you're doing right now, man? But anywho,
I loved when they would do the Thanksgiving Day games. And he gets a turducken. and it's a turducken, and then he explained what a turducken was. Funniest shit I've ever heard.
A turducken.
And of course, obviously, his contributions to the Madden video game and all that sort of stuff as well. Which still, which there's really no other. I mean, they don't even make other NFL games because there's no comparison. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they make the college football game again now, but yeah, that video game has been, you know, one of my more fonder times on the consoles for sure. Especially when I beat Brandon and Matt. It's always a lot of fun.
All right, Brad.
Brandon doesn't like when you beat him.
Oh, do I gotta take it easy? I'm sorry.
Shit, Miranda beat me, and
when he turned the damn PlayStation off, like.
Really? You got that upset? Come on. You rage quitting? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That was around the same time as the tap out. Like he was evil.
Let's move on.
Take your beating like a man. That's all I'm gonna say. Come on, man.
All of y'all, okay?
Anyway, Madden comes out Thanksgiving 2026 for sure. Okay, so let's get into the last bit of movie stuff. We got the rapid fire segment. Let's see if this transition pauses for Matt too. Here you go. How was it, Matt? Is everybody there? I think Matt's frozen.
What is happening right now?
I thought it was everybody but me for a second. Matt is either that or he's just sitting there like this.
Nah, he froze, and that's a crazy freeze too. Look at his face.
It's not as bad as the one where he was yawning that we got in the intro. But
look at his face.
Oh, maybe the transition completely screwed him up this time. I don't know. He may have to back up.
God.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I guess. Anyway.
Oh wow, that's hilarious. Look at his face.
No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, he's probably coming back. What was that, Aaron?
God, his
Sorry.
face.
I know he's got kids in there.
I was just saying that one freeze that when he was sneezing, it didn't look like he was sneezing. It looked like somebody shoved something up his butt.
Yeah, well, he claimed before the show started that it was him yawning, which maybe it was, but that's a big yawn. At the time when it happened, we thought his cat clawed him, which is why he was like, you know. But anywho. Anyway, it's etched in forever with the intros for sure, as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, we'll always keep it alive here. It was episode 30, by the way. If anybody wants to go see it, it's about the 1 hour 48-minute mark where he gets completely frozen. Hilarious. I only know that because I had to clip it out. But anyway, so yeah. So if you want to go check it out, it's a great watch. All right, so the rapid fire segment here, we just got a few stories that I didn't cover already. And that is, of course, we have our official casting now for Brainiac in the upcoming Superman sequel, Man of Tomorrow. He will be played by Lars Eidinger. I never heard of him. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Eidinger. But anyway, so Brainiac's been cast in James Gunn's Superman sequel that will officially feature Brainiac as well as Lex Luthor and, of course, Superman played by David Cornsweet as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing this sequel coming up in 2027. It's supposed to film this upcoming summer and spring, as well as we got a little bit more news about the upcoming Batman reboot that is also going to take place in the DCU, BraveandTheBold. They are now planning to shoot that film in 2027, as we've now got new writers that have been brought on board for this. And so that means we are now officially looking at probably a 2028 release date for Batman Brave and the Bold, with the introduction of Damian Wayne in that film, as well as the Robin. So we'll wait to see who we'll probably get the cast probably sometime this year then for the Batman and probably Damian Wayne going into the shooting in 2027. So as of right now, DC's slate looks like this. In 2026, you got Clayface, Lanterns, Supergirl, Batman Nightfall, which is an animated film that they're adapting, as well as the Batman Lego video game. 2027 is going to at least have the Batman Part 2 with Robert Pattinson and Man of Tomorrow, and now with this news of Brave and the Bold coming in 2028. So we're starting to pile them up here year in, year out. So they're starting to get their feet under them as this universe starts to unfold even further. So that's good news all the way around, in my opinion. Wasn't going to do the trailer reaction for WonderMan for the upcoming Marvel Studios television series coming to Disney Plus on January 27th, because to be quite honest with you, and I've talked about this on the show before, that trailer looks absolutely atrocious. So this show looks terrible. So I'm going to check it out. Don't get me wrong. It's 8 episodes long. I believe they're dropping them all the same day, which is never a good sign, I think. So yeah, this is again the last project that they had on their slate before they decided to do the overhaul and the direction they were taking the franchise. So this is probably going to be
the reason why.
It wasn't the well, we didn't see what it is yet, but there were a lot of crap that was coming out over the last few years at times. Some good stuff too, but a lot of bad. So this is going to be probably one of the bad. So I decided not to show it. But there's the poster. If you want to go check out the trailer, it is online and you can check it on Disney Plus at the end of the month. So there you go. But as I mentioned earlier about Zendaya being in Dune Part 3 is also, they're saying that Warner Brothers is talking about sticking with keeping Dune Part 3 at the same release date as Avengers Doomsday. So now Dune 3 and Avengers Doomsday, as of right now, are coming out the same day. So if that's the case, that's going to be interesting to see if that holds, because they're going to, don't get me wrong, it's a Christmas holiday. People are going to go watch more than one movie probably, and it probably will work. Jumanji 4 comes out a few weeks prior to that. So, but Dune and Avengers on the same day could eat into their box office profits a bit. So I still expect maybe Dune to move. But for now, they're holding tight.
Nobody gives any shits about Dune.
Hey, I like those Dune movies, so shush. The second one was better than the first, which made me appreciate the first more. So I'm hoping it ends on a good end of the trilogy. And a lot of people like that movie, so you don't. But a lot of people probably don't like Avengers either. But
okay, fight me.
You think I guarantee you a lot of people don't like Star Wars, and I know you and I are on that wavelength.
You know, I've only met one person in my entire life that's told me that was not into Star Wars.
Was it me?
I was going to say.
No. Wasn't Miranda.
No. Who was it?
Or
if I could ask. Yeah.
Now it's two people because she damn sure don't.
Well, it's two people now.
Okay. There's a few. A lot of Trekkies out there too. So, there's a tribalistic thing.
Like, I don't have the time.
Well, yeah, now with Star Wars, it's like Marvel. It's like Marvel. It's like, well, at least in Star Wars, it's like, okay, you got the 3 original movies and maybe the prequels. That's where you should start. Everything else, you don't even have to worry about it as much if you don't want to. But so it's not too bad.
But then I feel like, well, why even start it if I'm not going to watch all of it?
Well, here's why. Because the original 3 tell a complete story. You don't need anything else.
Oh.
If you add the first 3 prequels after that, it adds on to those originals, so you get 6. And again, after that, you don't need anything else. So the rest of it's kind of extra material if you just want to get into it. So it's actually kind of nice that way for Star Wars. And I think Marvel's realized that, so they're like, all right, we got to fix this, get things rebooted, and start to do things that way moving forward. So, yeah, so that's kind of the plan. And DC's doing that as well. But if you want to know, since we are starting the new year, here's the slate for Marvel coming out in 2026. Obviously, White Vision coming out this year, brother. Sometime in the late part of the year, White Vision is coming back. We're going to get more of that AI stuff.
Oh, yeah, the Vision Quest.
So, yeah.
We get White Vision back.
Yeah. So again, outside of the top 3 on the right are the ones you probably want to see the most this year when it comes to continuity's sake, especially the 2 movies.
By the way, for viewers that are watching, do you guys ever remember in Avengers when Captain America does the language thing?
Mm-hmm.
That is how we are treating Eric with the White Vision. Just letting everybody know that.
Hey, I told everybody last night on the channel, if I ever get another white cat, that's the name of the cat. White Vision.
White Vision.
If it's a black cat, it's T'Challa. So there you go.
You want to go Black Vision on that one?
I'd probably just call the cat Viz for short.
That's crazy. You can't call it black. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's only reserved for the white cat. But anyway, it's that white cat. It's that white cat privilege.
No, Negro.
Oh, yes, you got to call it Negro.
El Gato Negro. El Gato Negro.
El Gato Negro.
That's messed up. But anyway, there's Marvel for you. And for you Star Wars fans, there's the Star Wars slate. Obviously, the movie, the 2 series, the animated show, and Ahsoka potentially this year. The anime series, The Ninth Jedi, and the video game Zero Company is coming out this year as well. So yeah. I
feel like just to tap into this whole thing with all these movies and the continuity and the way you got to see some of them, like I feel like some of these movies could have ended.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then like, especially with Star Wars, because they did the prequels, but that tells this other. Like I feel like you don't need all that. Like you give.
Well, and that's and the thing with Star Wars is too. Those original 6 I was talking about there, those 6 movies, those are all that George Lucas made. then Disney bought them. They did everything. Well, outside of the Clone Wars 3D series, everything else Disney didn't do those. So Disney had to make profit. So everything you see now is Disney. So that's why a lot of Star Wars purists who don't like the Disney stuff, they say it's just the 6 movies or even the original 3, and then maybe the animated thing. That's it. So yeah, but even the animated stuff ties into the stuff beyond. So you don't, like I said, just the 6 movies for the most part, if you're a minimalist for sure. But not like me, I like it all. So give me every bit of it. We also got a little more news on the Netflix Warner Brothers.
We already know that you like trash movies.
Oh, that's messed up. Did you say you like Green Lantern, Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah. Listen, we can't take him as a credible source for anything because he said that shit. But you like the Fast movies. I don't know.
I do unapologetically so. I like the Fast movies, except for 9 and 10. Not great, but the rest of them I like. So.
I just want to point out, it sounds like Eric likes more than just the tip too.
Wow!
Hey, you wanted it all.
Yeah, fair enough. Got him. Oh, look, is that Lily?
No.
Oh, that's Jasper.
This is Jasper.
Okay. I don't know what they look like different together. So
well, see, Jasper's a little more.
Jasper's like, put me the F down.
Yeah, Jasper's a little more wider.
Beat up.
He's big.
Yeah, he's
good. Big as hell.
He's like, I'm eating good. What's up, buddy?
Look at his face.
Yeah, Jassy. No animals were harmed in the filming of this podcast. For sure.
It's really funny with Jasper because Jasper does not ever want to be touched or fucked with or anything. But
you perceive
like
Lily is the complete opposite.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Mike said, well, Eric likes Lord of the Rings, so yes, he indeed likes trash movies. See, you're going to get
him again.
There's going to be people who, I will say, there's going to be people who watch this and think you're the oddball, not me. So, Aaron, I'm sure, is included in that. So, you know,
I would be more willing to watch Lord of the Rings than Star Wars.
Aaron,
again, 6 movies.
Wait. You haven't seen Lord of the Rings, Miranda?
I've not seen all of them. Like, Aaron, you don't know me enough to know. I fall asleep. I can't. I cannot
not only
stay
that,
awake to watch a movie.
Not only that, the original Lord of the Rings 3 films, the extended cuts are 4 hours apiece. So,
yes, I'll never make it. Never.
We'll give you the theatrical cuts.
By the way, if you guys, I know this is still in the movie section, rapid fire, but this has to do with rapid fire. I recommend people to watch the first 3 episodes of the new season of Fallout.
Okay. I know you like the first season too. So, there's only 3 episodes right now on season 2.
Yeah.
Okay. As he walks away. All right, but anyway,
my cat's eating plastic behind me.
Of course, you can't leave that stuff.
Oscar likes to do that too. What is that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy stuff. But we got a little more news about the Netflix Warner Brothers merger, I guess you could say. Now Netflix is now reportedly only willing to give movies that made by Warner Brothers a 17-day theatrical run after they acquire the company. So again, what's the point of having theaters then? This is what everybody in Hollywood was worried about when Netflix was going to take over Warner Brothers, because they feel like they're going to kill the theatrical model. And based on this report from Deadline, which is a very reputable source, Netflix is looking at 17 days. So people see a movie come out now, they're just going to wait for it to come on Netflix. They're not going to the theater. Why would they? I mean, I'm not saying that's not good for the consumer in a lot of respects, but it's not good for the theater market for sure. So it just depends on what you prefer, I guess. But
well, maybe theaters are going to have to change their model then.
Yeah, that's true.
Make it
that's true.
worth going. Make it dinner in a movie instead of popcorn for the price of dinner.
Well, there's a lot of theaters that do offer. There's even bigger cities. There's theaters that serve steak and stuff, but a lot of theaters now serve pizza and stuff like that too. But it's not real great quality. But it's there.
Maybe this is it though. Like, you step your game up. Make the theater seem like a treat, like something you want to go do. Like,
yeah. I mean, the owner of Netflix.
They don't want to stay home and sit on their couch and watch it.
Yeah. I mean, I like watching on the big screen, but I don't like dealing with the people, the price, and I get it. We've talked about this before. But when the owner of Netflix has openly said that, we just feel like it's not consumer friendly, the theater market anymore. So this may be the first step with theaters dying completely. I mean, if they can figure out a way to make this work with just their streaming services, they won't have to go to the theater no more.
And remember, Netflix and chill, like that was a thing a few years ago.
It can make a comeback. If bell-bottom pants can make a comeback, so can Netflix.
Hey, bell-bottoms are fucking comfortable, and I had on a pair the other day.
There you go. There you go. Mike said, I tried Lord of the Rings, but then some paint spilled and had some more enjoyment watching it dry. Unlike those movies, that helped me stay awake. So, wow. That's harsh, man. Look, you don't have to like it. You ain't got to like.
Shit all over it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so we'll see how what the Netflix thing. Speaking of Netflix, though, like I mentioned a little earlier, Stranger Things season 5 is now officially aired, and now the series is completely finished and done with. And like Last of Us, I'm not going to watch it purely for the fact of I don't like the woke thing that they did. So, I've heard Stranger Things is a lot of fun, but as soon as that happens, and that's one of my biggest concerns about Netflix getting Warner Brothers. I'm afraid they're just going to do that with all of the Warner Brothers properties. So that is a concern of mine. It's one of the reasons why I want Paramount to get them instead. But we'll have to wait and see what Netflix does if this ends up going through. We still don't quite know yet. But so yeah, anybody excited about Stranger Things season 5? Have you cared about the series?
I've never seen Stranger Things, so I couldn't tell you.
Mm-hmm. I've heard the first few seasons were great, and I've even heard a lot of season 5 was good. A lot of people didn't like the finale. I don't know if it had anything to do with the woke thing I mentioned or not. I know a lot of people were criticizing it though online for sure. So thoughts?
I've never seen it.
I don't know what woke thing you're talking about.
I saw the damn clip that everybody's mad about.
There was a character that was revealed to be gay in the show.
That does not surprise me.
Like John made us listen to it like 5 times throughout the different podcasts.
Right.
And he totally went above and beyond what he needed to come out of the closet to be his friends. And it was just.
And I want to clarify too. It's not that I necessarily care if you have gay or whatever in these movies or whatever. I don't like the amount that's being shoved at us. And then I don't like where, like, say you're watching a series 5 seasons in, and like in this case, then all of a sudden, the character's gay. It's like you're doing that to drive that point home. If you really want it to be normalized, don't keep shoving it like that in people's faces.
I understand everybody knew gay in before this.
Yeah. I don't know. But I'm just saying. But yeah, like The Last of Us too, on the actress who was playing in there, like I guess she's like, I'm gonna be a daddy now. No, you're a woman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, you threw that in there on purpose. Just, so that's the stuff that I can't stand. So, yeah, probably not going to check it out no more. So that's just me, but you can do what you want. So that's just my opinion on it. Also, last but not least here, 1996, 30 years ago this year is the debut of Pokemon. So I just thought I'd bring this up here. I think it's an April.
I almost threw up in my mouth when you said that.
Why? Because it's so long ago?
1996? Yeah.
I know. First Pokemon cards and games came out that year in Japan. So, yeah. So I know a lot of people are big Pokemon fans. I mean, it's never been quite my thing. My nephew loves them though, and he's
Brandon, are you gonna be honest?
Yeah, 100%. You damn right. I'm a Pokemon fan. Like
Go for it.
Nothing wrong Yellow. With it. I still my game. I found my Game Boy Color. I still have Yellow, like Pokemon Yellow. Like I have that shit. I've on my DS. I own 2 Pokemon games because I bought them bitches. Damn right I did because I wanted to play them. I play Pokemon Go currently still.
Yeah, today.
With Brandon, you need to send me your thing.
I actually did that shit today.
Now I don't follow it as close as a lot of people do with Pokemon. Is it still as big today or bigger?
Yeah,
that it was back then. I know a lot of people still are into it. I just didn't know if it was still the same or not.
I think it's still as big as this today.
I don't think so.
Aaron, get out of here. Listen to me. Aaron's a hater.
Especially the
card
go to a convention.
I am not a hater. I believe that it's not as big as it was.
Fair.
And it might be just because there's just so much out there that can get your attention. That
Pokemon is it kind of Is it kind of like what we were talking about a while ago with Star Wars and stuff? There's just so much. It's like, where do you start in a lot of cases?
I don't think it's anything like that. I just think that there are other things that people can get into where it's not just, oh, well, you like Pokemon or you like Digimon or, not like back in the day when there were just a handful of things that people got into,
And I know, like right now, my nephew's real big into Warhammer, things like that, and I know you're into D&D. I mean, there's all sorts of little things you can get into. I know a lot of people love to trade. What was it, like a trading card game? That's kind of where a lot of this started too. So yeah, and Mike said in the chat, and Pokemon's been around that long. Yeah, I actually thought it was longer, to be quite honest with you. But I saw this post this week going, wow, it has been 30 years. It's just insane.
Yeah, about what Mario Brothers has been around for about the same too. So
it was in the late 80s when Mario kicked in. So yeah, a little longer, but yeah, probably pushing 40 at this point.
Pokemon came already. Like the trading card game was a huge, especially when I was a kid, because it was kind of like the whole Yu-Gi-Oh thing. When these games, like these trading card games, became very popular. I had some. I used to play Pokemon, the trading card game. Hell, my kids have Pokemon trading cards.
They don't have many now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now it's probably more about the games. I'd say now it's kind of yeah. But yeah, my nephew he collects all the games as well for like the Switch, and I think he's got a Switch 2 and all that sort of stuff now. So yeah, he's definitely big into collecting these Pokemon games for sure.
Games, the cartoon series, the movies.
Yeah, that's my extent of knowledge of Pokemon. That Ryan Reynolds movie. That was it for me.
Really?
I mean,
that's not wow.
I know, and I know it's probably not considered, knowledgeable at all, but at the same time, that was it. And I like the movie, okay, but yeah, I've heard of it's not like the best jumping off point. But anyway, so yeah, that's just me. Mike said one good thing about Pokemon was it did weed out some idiots who would walk into traffic playing Pokemon Go, and my nephew still plays that game too. It's definitely not as big as it once was, because you remember the craze that was when it first happened. Like literally, there were people just walking downtown. Everybody would like in crowds looking for Pokemon. It was insane.
I was one of them.
Was you really?
Yeah.
Now it's more sporadic, I'm sure. You got a person here and there still wants to do it.
It's still some
still a thing.
To be popular. It's still
really?
Popular.
I just remember seeing nothing but like X and like on the news. People were like, these people in the crowd. These are not just people. These are people playing Pokemon. Like it made headlines. You know what I mean? So good on Pokemon. Crazy. Not every franchise can last that long. So that's a plus for them, no doubt about it. So yeah. Any other thoughts on movies and Pokemon and all that good stuff?
Looks like a television show. Okay.
Are we gonna go see Melania at the end of the month?
I mean, is this month, isn't it? Yeah, we probably could. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it if you want to. Just let me know.
Hold on a second.
Matt's missed some episodes. They're doing a Melania documentary about Melania Trump and her 20 or however many days it was leading up to the election. It's just a documentary series they did, so they filmed it and they're going to air it. So
okay.
So yeah, catch up, bro.
We're watching a fucking movie, and they're going to show us.
Anything. Yeah, bruh.
Yeah, bruh. He said, yeah, bruh. Yeah, bruh. All right, let's move into the sports section. We'll hit a little bit of news and politics. We'll get out of here. So here we go.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, I saw that TJ is playing tomorrow.
Okay, good. I hadn't seen that. Glad you brought that up. So yes, what was his injury? I know he said he felt nervous about playing if it was last week, but he feels better this week. So that's all.
He went. I can't remember the shot or whatever it is they give these guys.
No, it was some kind of therapy that they get.
Oh.
And the needle.
Yeah, in the lung. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's been a little bit, but yeah, so good to say. I mean, they're going to need him. It's win or go home at this point, which we'll get into in just a second. But before we do that, a big thing happened over the holiday break that we haven't got a chance to talk about yet. So thought I'd get your thoughts on AnthonyJoshua knocking the hell out JakePaul. And he didn't just knock him out. He broke his jaw in 2 places. So
yay. Yeah. Go AnthonyJoshua.
Yes, this is a go AnthonyJoshua moment.
I guess this is what
this wannabe he can't buy his fame.
Exactly. And I guess this is what happens when you actually have someone who throws punches at you instead of pulls them when you pay them money. And not only that, the way he got knocked out here, see how he's got his glove down on the right side there and he looks terrified. They went and replayed the Mike Tyson fight a little bit and showed that he did the exact same thing to Mike. Mike went into punch and then he pulled back on the slow-mo video I saw.
Yep,
so like
he
just instinct, he was going to do it. And so pretty well that fight was fixed, bro. And this one, a lot of people are saying was fixed to go as long as it did. Lasted I think it was a 6th round, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. As Mike said, that's what happens when you don't box a senior citizen, for sure. But I still think Mike would have beat him. Senior citizen.
Oh, yeah.
If it would have, whatever it might have been. And I'll get your other comment in just a second.
If Mike was able to, are you sure? Gosh dang it. Anyways, if he was able to actually box, Jake would have lost. But he was paid to let Jake win. So
you could even see it live when it happened. We did that stream, which we'll have to go back and because we were talking about doing watch-alongs. We did a watch-along that night, but I think we all watched it separately. But
I think it's an improvement.
So I just sent something to the chat about AnthonyJoshua.
I saw what
car
I think.
accident.
Yeah, apparently he went to Nigeria, and I guess he was also involved in a car. I think it was a fatal car crash. It wasn't him, obviously, but
no, he survived. It was 2 of his friends.
He got pulled out of the wreckage. But yeah, so this is a picture. If I can pull it up real quick, I'll get rid of this one. Jake Paul. We'll get back to Jake's swollen face in just a hot second. But this is a picture. Hold on, if I can find the right thing. Yeah, here we go. This is a picture of the car accident that I guess AnthonyJoshua was in Nigeria and was involved in a deadly crash. So yeah, looks like everybody in the front seat probably got it. I think he was in the back. So
like the way I just saw a diagram of it, and he was in the back or behind the driver.
Okay.
And it looks like the car, like it was a weird looking semi, over there.
Oh, that'll do it. So thoughts and prayers to those lost, obviously, and thoughts and prayers to AnthonyJoshua. Hope he recovers and is okay. But I know he looked like he was in a lot of pain when they pulled him out of the car in the video that I saw. But he was intact, so that's a good thing. But yeah, this is definitely not a good thing. Go ahead, Aaron.
It was a hit.
You think? I hope not. But never know these days. I'm not going to deny. So
yeah, the Paul Inc. franchise, they felt it hurt that Jake lost his fight.
Now,
so
let's not put allegations out there without proof.
No,
I know you're just playing. I know you're playing, but
and now anybody else that goes up against Jake, they're going to be a little hesitant to break the contract and actually box.
Yeah.
So now Jake is just going to win every fight.
Well, I'm sure Jake is hoping for after spending the holidays like this. Poor guy had,
I think it's
softball in his mouth. You think what?
I think it's an improvement.
Wow. I mean, this looks like me when I wear my CPAP machine.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I like Jake Paul.
Breaking news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot gay?
Like Jake Paul. No.
God, Eric.
Really?
Oh my.
Wow. Says the one who doesn't show his face on the podcast.
Oh my God.
He has, just not recently.
Oh my God. Yo.
Yeah, you get 3 kids or whatever. See how long it takes for
I
you to
know.
Yo.
I agree with him on that one.
Yeah.
That
You give him a
motherfucker
few
said,
years and they grow up, he'll be on here. You watch. That's messed up. But yeah, so Jake Paul's went through it. Here's where his jaw was broken in 2 spots. So that's over. All I know is you can't pay me to take this punch.
You know what?
Well,
He got
let's talk
paid
price.
$92 million for
Yeah,
that punch.
fair enough. Let's talk price. Maybe.
His
But that
bottom
thing is,
lip looks like it disconnected.
Bro, he popped the shit out of him. God
oh,
damn.
whew. Either way, he earned every bit of that $92 million, I think, or
Yo,
maybe. I don't know. Some people probably think he didn't.
That bitch broke now. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's where it snapped, I'm sure, especially on the left side there. But yeah, so I don't know. Thoughts and well wishes to JakePaul too. I don't know. Some people probably thought he had it coming, but anyway.
Yeah,
he did.
I hope he recovers, but
I don't know much about him.
I think this is karma for him rigging the Tyson fight.
Maybe.
A lot of his fights. Like, you got to think about
sure.
the guys who he was fighting. He was fighting guys who weren't boxers. You know, he fought a bunch of MMA guys. He fought a basketball.
This guy looks like a boxer.
Oh yeah,
he is a boxer.
Yeah, of course. I just love how he was smirking before he threw this punch. Like, he's got that Miranda yellow logo look. Like, yeah, I'm about to get one.
Unless you think he was paid to break his jaw, but I don't. I mean,
you
don't purposely break somebody's jaw.
I don't know, but he definitely ate one in this fight for sure. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people enjoyed it. I know at the time we were kind of laughing about it in the chat, like, okay, wow. So just thought I'd bring it up here. I know Mike mentioned it last night too.
Shit. Man, that's it.
Popped it. In other news, we got a lot of football games going on right now with the bowl games and everything in college. But today, a little bit of a scary mishap happened. When,
I heard about this.
What was it? Let me see the exact quoting here. It says parachute gets caught on the field goal netting cable, and the parachuter fell 35 feet to the ground moments before kickoff at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. 5 parachutes were set to land on the field before the Rice versus Texas State game. According to reports, only 3 landed on the field where they were supposed to. Another one landed outside the stadium, but this one got caught in the netting. Here's the video of that. A little bit of a scary moment here where it gets caught. Poor guy had to cut net, and well, he didn't cut, actually. Just fell all the way down. But they said he was okay. He walked off. But definitely a scary moment. Dropped 35 feet to the ground. So yeah.
He'd be okay.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
This game was cursed from this point on.
Yeah,
we
really.
Watched part of this game. Rice got hit. Rice got fucking destroyed. But beside that, one of the players for Rice, like, he got hit. It wasn't a targeting hit. It was just they ended up just colliding. But where he got is like the back of his head. Type, and he was just laying on the ground, motionless. They ended up getting a stretcher him out and all that. Like, he was moving his arms by the end of that, but like it did.
I looked. There's no updates on him yet.
Oh, so he didn't walk out on his own power. My bad.
No, he did not.
Well, I wouldn't have either. I wouldn't think, but yeah, I mean that is a drop. So yeah, well then thoughts with him as well. My God, let's see. This fell to the ground, was able to walk. Yeah, that tweet was wrong on that one then. So
no, he's talking about the player.
Not him. I'm talking about a player.
Oh, the player. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Sorry.
No,
okay,
not him. No, the player.
Good. But either way, it sucks for the player too. But yeah, you're right.
This game, it was
scary. It was scary all the way around.
Yeah,
for sure. But yeah, I'm always fearful when I watch these parachutists come down in these games. It's like, all it takes is one. But I mean, these guys are professionals. They do it all the time, but it's just a scary thing for sure. And just be careful, y'all, when you do this sort of thing. We also got updates for the college football playoffs here. What happened? Brandon. I know we talked about it a little bit, but Matt and Aaron weren't here, and some people may not have seen our bonus show. So
we don't have to talk about it again. They missed it.
We're talking about it.
Well, this is the typical sports section. But, that I like the image, so I thought I wanted to.
Fucking Eric and your schedules and your whatever.
Honestly, I don't know what happened. I truly don't. Like, I just know it was like after the loss to Indy and then after the bye week, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like,
Brandon,
it just wasn't it. Like, I couldn't tell you. It was like our defense was doing its thing at first, but then they kept chipping away, and it was like it wasn't like we weren't able to move the ball because we were. But it was like anytime we hit the red zone, we just fucking failed.
Do you remember the Michigan game this year?
Bad. What about the Michigan game?
Yeah.
You guys remember when Brutus was chucking in the snow and he wrote the
Matt,
Ohio?
I'm gonna need you to shut up because the next game you're playing against Oregon. Like,
no,
I know. Yeah, don't talk too much.
I'm not talking about IU.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but
he's just nothing to do with IU.
We were talking last night about karma. Let's not go too far because we do have.
This has nothing to do with IU. This is
I know,
everything to do with Ohio State.
But if you rag on Ohio State too much, it may bring bad juju on our team. That's the point. That's what we're saying. So let's not go too nuts. But that being said, like Mike said in the chat, does anybody like me still stopping to smell the roses? We got the Rose Bowl champions, the Indiana Hoosiers.
Hey, let's not talk too bad about our teams here. We could.
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying they won. I didn't say anything other than that. But yeah, they defeated. Oh crap! I had it pulled up here. I got to remember. It's been a lot. Thank you, Alabama. And not only that, they spanked them 38-3. So yeah, so good to see for sure. And we talked a little bit more about that at length last night. So if you want to see more about that, I guess I'll just direct you to that because we did talk about that pretty much at length last night for sure. And of course, that's how you win after a bye. IU's the only team in the college football playoffs under the current format that was adopted last year to get a win after their bye. Every other team that has had a bye so far has lost. So this is how you win with a bye, guys. So learn from IU here. Kurt Tignetti will be studied.
Listen, I get it. This is your first, guys. This is your first time in the dance, but like, fucking act like you've been there. All right,
we haven't. So no, no, we haven't been there. So I'm going to do this. So just that's the point. Would you literally say act like you've been there? No, we really haven't. So
it's like you've never had sex before. This is the first time, and you can't stop talking about it.
Exactly. Yes.
That's precisely what it's like, Brandon. I'm glad
we're popping that proverbial IU, you know what? But so
Hyman.
Yes, whatever. I'm trying not to be too.
He couldn't think of the fucking word. That's why he said what he said.
No, I know what I was going to say. It's a little
cherry?
bit of fruit. Yes.
Wow. Did you say a little fruit? That's crazy
Whatever,
word.
a little. Yeah. Anyway, moving forward. So this is the updated current bracket for the college football championship. Here we also had Oregon defeat Texas Tech 23-0, and Ole Miss in a crazy game last night during our bonus podcast defeated Georgia 39-34. So either way, we're going to get a fresh winner in this tournament here for this year. We're going to have some new teams being featured here in Madden. As a matter of fact, Indiana, Ole Miss, and Oregon have never won a college football national championship, and Miami's last win was in 2001. Back then, probably just a few years before that, The Rock was a part of the team. Like it's been a minute for Miami. So yeah, one way or the other.
Come on, get Miami out of there.
Did you see what Miami posted in reference to IU the other day, by the way, Matt?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, so you know at least. But anyway, yeah, so I'm a part of me's pulling for Indiana, Miami in the finals, and Indiana gets to win, but we'll see how it ends up playing out. But got to get past Oregon, like as Brandon mentioned. Oregon's no slouch.
Got to get past Oregon.
So, and that's a tough one. They played us probably the toughest that any team probably maybe outside of maybe Ohio State played us this year, I'd say. So, yeah.
Ohio State, let me tell you something. Dan Lanning's got a good program there, and that team's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And all jokes aside, Ohio State's had a really good season.
Mm-hmm.
I think their quarterback's a little young, for the moment. I don't think they're bad by any means. I mean, they held us.
See after this transfer portal shit.
Yeah, I agree with Brandon. We'll see what happens after the transfer portal because, I mean, football is just so. It's just that it's luck. You don't know what you're going to get to. You don't know what you're going to do, and we've been fortunate. Where this ride ends, it's as far as it'll go.
Yeah, and at this point, as Mike said last night, it's extra. It's gravy at this point. I mean, we've never been this far ever. I mean, we'll take it. So, and Mike said we suffered for decades with IU football. Some of us more than others. I may never see this again, so I'm going to enjoy it. That's kind of what I'm feeling about the Colts in the Super Bowl right now. So I'm hoping one day, but yeah, you're right. This may never come again. So IU fans need to enjoy it. And anybody who gets the Super Bowl gets that opportunity. They need to enjoy it while they can and capitalize on it because it may never come back. So it's crazy how that works. And Mike said, I saw Ole Miss did have a co-national title, I think, in the 60s. So, yeah, but if it's co-national, I don't know if that counts here. But I see your point. But, yeah, I mean, I think this is more straight up. But either way, it's going to be somebody new. It's not been recent at the very least. So, yeah, good to see. In the world of the NFL.
According to Matt, IU is banking on their football team being good for a long time because they're spending a lot of money doing some improvements
Well, yeah, of course, and they should, but
and the coach apparently is guaranteed for like the next 10 years.
So it's like 8, I think. So it's close.
I mean, I don't think they're bad. It's all I'm saying is, it's great that it's happening now. It's great. Mm-hmm. It's great that it's happening now. But it is just that. It is now. Mm-hmm. We don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know anything else.
Colts coach.
No, yeah. I don't think Signetti's going to.
I know. I'm kind of playing when I.
Why would you want him to leave now, though? If you want your IU to have a future.
Yeah, I mean, I want him to stick around with IU for a while, but I'm not going to be averse if he decides to go to the pros and go. He'd have to go to India, otherwise I want him to stay.
Well, he's not going. He's already said he's not.
I know. And I'm kidding when I say this, mostly.
Mostly.
Mostly. Maybe. I know.
You drive me crazy. You have to be factual with everything, and then fact is, this dude ain't leaving.
Probably not. Well, they could say that and still leave. You never know. Yeah, he's got a contract, but that doesn't always mean anything. So I don't think he's leaving.
It's the same thing with Tomlin. Brandon, you weren't on here yet, I don't think, but they're talking if Tomlin gets fired, what do you think that's going to do to his wife's business?
I don't know. That's a good point. And I guess we can go ahead and say it now, but we're going to talk about Black Monday a little bit. But there was a part of me that thought that if the Pittsburgh Steelers were to somehow lose this weekend and miss the playoffs, that would put them again about 500, a little less than 500. Going into the offseason, like where Tomlin's been for the last, I don't know how many years. If he makes the playoffs, I think he's done something, they haven't done in a minute. But if he loses again at 500, maybe they do oust him on Monday. I don't know.
I don't think we've had enough shitty games for them to oust him.
Yeah.
And him and Aaron Rodgers get along. I think if there was a problem with
Rodgers may not be here. He may be somewhere else.
But Rodgers is a mouthpiece. If there was a problem with Tomlin, he'd be somewhere talking about it.
No, I don't think there's a problem. It would just be more from a, administrative standpoint, like we want to move on, try something different.
I don't think it has anything to do.
This team, I wouldn't be mad if they lost this week, but it's a newer team. Like, they're all getting the feel for what they have now.
Yeah, sure. And maybe it does improve. I don't know. And who knows? Tomlin may be around for another 10 years for all I know. But the thought crossed my mind. What if they, we'll see what happens if they were to lose, but they may win. So who knows? Mike said they may have IU may have happened sooner had Terry Hepner not passed away. Yeah, that's true. I
agree with that, Mike.
Now, I don't know if he'd have been as good as Signetti, but they were on the right course.
Terry Hepner was really good.
Yeah. So before he tragically passed away of cancer, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I was actually of cancer.
Yeah.
I was actually fortunate enough to go to Terry Hepner's football camp when I was a kid.
Oh, nice.
And he was very nice.
What position did you play again?
Me?
Nose guard.
Yeah.
I was a nose guard and a fullback.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah. That's pretty dope.
You had fullback?
Yes, sir.
Desperate.
Actually, I can see it more fullback than nose guard, probably.
Yes, sir, because I used to make the hole.
We're moving on. All right, moving on. I don't know what else to do with that. Huh. Let it play. Let it play. But, in the world of the NFL, though, it's a little bit of a crazy week for the Diggs family. Stephon Diggs of New England Patriots is potentially looking at suspension after he is facing a strangulation and assault charge stemming from a December 2nd incident. This could potentially put him at risk of missing the playoffs in its entirety if that's the case. That would not be good for New England's chances. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it would maybe affect him too much because Drake May's balling. It may not affect him much at all because he plays pretty well with or without Diggs, but Diggs is definitely a good piece to have for certain. He's been making some good plays this year, so we'll see what ends up happening with Stephon Diggs. His brother, right? I think it's his brother, Trayvon Diggs, was cut by the Cowboys, and he's been claimed by the Green Bay Packers. So he went from not even making the playoffs to going to the playoffs with the Green Bay Packers, and it even reunited him with his former teammate, Micah Parsons. So he's out. But,
maybe.
Well, Micah's going to be out. He's hurt, but
the Bears.
What about the Bears?
The Bears may put the Packers out of it.
But no, Packers already clinched a playoff spot.
Yeah.
It's just seeding at this point.
Wild card for the Packers.
Yeah, it would be wild card weekend for sure.
Who do the Packers play in the wild card?
Well, we don't quite know yet. The seeding still has to fizzle out this week. So
it'll probably
it might be its own, but I don't know if it is or not.
So it'll probably be Chicago.
I mean, maybe.
We'll put them out.
I mean, I think the Bears may even have a shot at the ones. No, they don't, because that's determined by Seattle and San Francisco. But so no, yeah, it could be. I mean, I'd have to look at it, but we'll have to see how it shakes out. We also get the 2026 Hall of Fame finalists for the NFL: Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri, Reggie Wayne, Jason.
Come on, Vinatieri.
Yeah. I mean, Reggie Wayne's been on there for a while. I think Drew Brees is probably a shoe-in. Vinatieri at some point, yeah. Eli Manning may not be, I'm not sure if these are all first ballot or not, but this is the final list. So I don't think it's probably all first ballot. But yeah, a lot of these guys deserve it. And even some of the others I didn't name here. But anybody here particularly you'd like to see? Obviously the Colts in our view, but I don't see any Steeler on the list this time. Yeah. So thoughts? Terrell Suggs, Raven. Yeah.
No. I mean, these are everybody. Yeah.
Some good deserving names there, but unfortunately only a select few can go.
You said Terrell Suggs is on there too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to see Suggs in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. I think Drew Brees gets in off this list alone.
Yeah.
I think that's the gimme here. The rest of them, it just depends on who would win it. I think Frank Gore's probably up there as well. So we'll see how this shakes out. But yeah, it's good to see. Any other thoughts on who you maybe like to see? Obviously, Phillip Rivers is going to be waiting a little longer when it comes to the Hall of Fame. Which
Rivers wasn't going to get in the first time anyway. But,
well, maybe not. You might be right about that. Yeah, he's going to be waiting another 5 years because that clock reset after this last few weeks.
It was very obvious that Hall of Fame was not, and Rivers is.
No, he wasn't worried about it when it came back for sure. Yeah, and I agree with Mike. Eli Manning deserves it for just for Super Bowl 42 and 40 and 46. By the way, he saved us from 2 more Brady rings twice. So yeah, I think it was 46. It was somewhere in there. But anyway, there's two rings that Eli took from Brady. So he deserves it for that alone. No doubt about it. But this leads us to the Indianapolis Colts, obviously probably putting up another one of their crazy stinking banners about being finalists or whatnot, going 8-2 to being eliminated just a few weeks before the playoffs started. That's insane.
We can hang that banner.
No, you better not.
I'm going to tell you, that'd be a great place for Indianapolis.
They need to take down some of the ones they have about being finalists. Oh, great. You made the playoffs. Good joy. Like you're a wild card that got bounced in the first round. Who cares? And I'm a Colts fan.
But you know what you sound like, Eric? You sound like all the IU basketball fans.
Somebody with reason?
Okay, mediocrity.
Well, yeah. If you don't put stuff up because you're mediocre. You put stuff up when you win titles. Division titles, I'll give it. Go ahead, put the banner up. But don't. No, okay, great. We made the wild card. Woohoo! No, I don't like those banners that they have up there. There's not a ton of them up there. But there's a few for sure. Imagine how Sauce Gardner feels, by the way, going 1-7 with the Jets, coming over to the Colts, and they go 1-7 at the end of their season. Ugh. No, it's not his fault, but at the same time, like, imagine how he feels. Like he's probably thinking,
"Oh, shoe fits, wear it."
He's thinking GTA. Oh shit, here we go again. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's like so, and of course now the Colts are without their first round picks for the first next 2 years.
I also
Phillip Rivers retires again.
I also want to point out that Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm. Now you're muted, or you're
here, and so did
Say that all again. You were quiet. You were muted.
Sauce Gardner did not acquire an interception this year, and neither did the Jets.
They didn't have any interceptions.
None.
Are you sure?
They have 0.
Well, I'd have to look into that, but I'll take your word for it.
They have 0 turnovers this year.
And Mike said he was just happy Eli stopped the undefeated season. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's the big one. Now it was almost ironic how history repeated itself outside of the undefeated season. Though the game come down to like a crazy catch toward the end of the game to win barely. It was just nuts. But yeah,
I have limped around Las Vegas 3 times in this game. It's driving me crazy.
Time to rage quit. But Phillip Rivers is going to retire yet again. So after coming in for 3 games, stuck it out. I actually didn't think he was the problem. He actually played pretty well
No,
for a guy in
Rivers
his
are
40s.
awesome.
Yeah, he did fine. So it was the problem that was even before him, even when Daniel Jones was still healthy. But that means the Colts will be starting Riley Leonard in Week 18 because they just do not. Well, I don't think that Anthony Richardson is ready anyway after his eye injury, but they definitely don't trust him, and for good reason. But we're going to see what Riley Leonard could do against the Houston Texans defense. Sorry. So good luck, kid. But this is why they're starting him instead of Richardson anyway, because games played with 65% completion percentage with Anthony Richardson in 3 years. He's had one game where he had more than 65% of his passes. Rivers, just the 3 weeks he played, 2 of which he had over 65%. That's telling right there. That's not good. So I don't know what the future is for Anthony Richardson, especially in Indianapolis. He said this week he thought there was no doubt that he still had a future in the NFL, but he didn't say where. So I don't know if he'll still be here or if they're going to let him go. They seem to be over it at this point. The Colts do. So we'll see what happens. And if that's the case, if Daniel Jones ain't ready for Week 1, it may be Riley Leonard time next year unless they go get yet another old quarterback, because we're not drafting anybody in the first round. So we'll see how that goes for Indianapolis. But
watch him get Diego Paiva.
Who's that? He was one of the guys. Is that the dude who was mad about not getting a Heisman? Screw that guy. No. He was the one who was talking about suing. No, we don't want him. I'd rather have all the controversy around Shadur. Supposedly, I'd take Shadur any day over that kid just for that story alone. But so we got Black Monday coming up after this weekend's games. I definitely see Chris Ballard being on the chopping block. Anybody else around the league you think could possibly get fired or cut? Shane Steichen may be out the door as well as Carly Ursay also recently stated a few weeks back. Most people don't like change. I think there's something wrong with me, but I feel like it is one thing that is a guarantee. I think it can be exciting. So that right there led a lot of people to think she's going to cut a lot of heads this offseason. So new owner.
Sometimes that's what you got to do.
I mean, sometimes. So we'll see how this goes on Monday.
I think Ballard knew he was gone when Jones got hurt.
If he knew he was gone when he made the Sauce trade, he put us in a bad spot. I don't like that if that's the case. Now, the ownership probably had to approve that, so they probably, were fine with it. But now that it didn't quite work out, now what do you do, though? We'll see. But
yeah, Eric, but it does look like it was on purpose.
Well, I don't know.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble.
It is. It's all part of the game, but just a rough spot. But anybody else around the league do you guys think could get fired? Mike McDaniel of the Dolphins at one point was on the big hot seat.
I don't think
maybe not now.
was on the hot seat as much as he was earlier in the year.
Tua may be. He may be gone as a quarterback of the team, which he's already obviously not been playing the last few weeks.
Tua will be gone.
I'm not sure anybody else off the top of my head, but there will be some. There always is on Monday.
The Jets head coach probably won't come back next year.
It's possible.
Throw the whole team away.
That will be a mutual.
That's going to be a complete rebuild right there.
Parting of ways.
Even Breece Hall was talking about being traded earlier this year.
I think Gino and what's his name? The coach right now of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, Pete Carroll. I can maybe see them moving on. Yeah, it just didn't. It was an experiment that didn't quite work out, I think. But I don't know. I mean, kudos to Pete Carroll will still be coaching that late in his life for sure, for no doubt. Mike said, apparently Matt's completely right. Mike said, you see where the Jets could be the first team in decades to go a whole season without getting an interception? All right. Kudos to Matt on that one. I didn't believe him.
They'll be the first team in over a decade to not have an interception.
Yeah, at least one. I mean, there's still one game to go. There's still one game to go. They got to get Drake May this weekend, I think.
They're not. No, Drake May will go the whole game without one.
Who's to say May's going to play, though? Well, assuming, they still got a shot at the number 1 seed, so they still could. But May could get benched in that game. Maybe a backup throws one. That's always possible. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. So, yeah. But the current playoff picture looks like this. Obviously, before the games that still play this weekend, at least 3 games with big playoff implications and a few others for the number 1 seed in the AFC. For the AFC, the number 1 seed comes down to Denver, New England, and Jacksonville. All have a shot at getting that spot. The simplest route is if Denver wins, they're the number 1 seed. Simple as that. So if Denver wins, they're in. They get the home field advantage moving forward. If New England gets it, though, they have to win their game against the Jets, and then Denver must lose. So if that's the case, New England's the number 1 seed. if Jacksonville were to get it, they have to win their game against Tennessee Titans, which I think is probably a gimme. And then they have to have Denver and New England both to lose. So it's more outside shot for Jacksonville, but most likely Denver's probably going to win, I think. But we'll have to wait and see how it ends up playing out. As for the other 3 big games of the weekend, on Saturday, we've got the Seattle Seahawks at the San Francisco 49ers for the number 1 seed in the NFC. The Seahawks either need to win or tie, and the 49ers must win to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. So we'll see how that plays out. We also got the Panthers at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is for the NFC South division and for the playoff spot. If the Panthers were to get the playoff spot, they have to win or tie, and Atlanta, the Falcons, have to win versus the Saints. But if the Bucs were to get the playoff spot, they have to win, and Atlanta has to lose. So if Atlanta wins, no matter what happens, the Panthers are in the playoffs and the division winner. So it all hinges on Atlanta for the most part. And then if Atlanta does
crazy statement, the Panthers,
if Atlanta loses, Bucs have a shot. If they don't, they're out. So it sucks for Tampa in that regard. They have to have help. And the final playoff game, basically a win-and-in scenario, is the AFC North Championship. The Ravens at the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers have to win or tie, and they're in. But the Ravens must win or they're out. So Steelers tie, they're good. But so playoffs come early, Saturday and Sunday a little bit there. So I always kind of like that when the last week of the year, something to watch. Because the rest of the games are pretty much meaningless outside of seeding. Let's be honest, they're pretty much. I don't know if the Raiders have locked up the number 1 pick or not. They may have. So if that's the case, they can't even do that. Mike said we need the basketball playoff explanation. No, that's not happening. Sure.
God,
that's not anytime soon. So. If you want me to go over March Madness, forget it. That's just too many teams. Forget it. No doubt. So, So that brings us to our Week 18 picks of the season, the last official week of the regular season. We'll be doing the playoffs, too, if you guys are down for that. And I think that it's up to you guys. I'm going to ask you your opinion. Should we, for the wild card, make it 5 points, divisional 10 points, championship weekend 15, and Super Bowl worth 20? Want to do it that way? Or you want to just stick to stick to singles? It's up to you, but it could give some people who are a little lower a little more of a shot. If that's the case. I mean, I'm fine with it either way. I'm in the middle. So, but some people do that when they make their picks. So I thought I'd see what you guys think.
I mean, who's in the lead right now?
Right now, it is Miranda, who's got a commanding lead of 6 games.
Oh, damn, man. We definitely need to get some more points. We got to get that Super Bowl going to be worth like 50 points, man.
Damn.
We got to get Miranda out there.
No, I think we leave it the way it is. I mean, like, just because, like, the catch-up mechanic, it would just rob somebody of a victory.
He's just saying that because he's going to be sleeping on the couch if you don't.
No, I'm in 3rd place and I'm not okay with it. I was at the top for the longest. I was happy as shit. So, no. I mean,
what was that look for, man? so I don't know. It's up to you.
I died unexpectedly.
Oh, I got you. Well, we always take it to a vote. What is there, 7 of us? Well, one's not here. It'd be 6 of us. But anyway, so I don't know. Mike said, reread that, Eric. Not basketball. It says basketball. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. That's that old movie from the South Park creators, isn't it? I've not seen that in years. I don't even remember the rules or anything like that anyway. But no, I ain't doing that. You do it. put it in a chat. I'll read the rules for you. But anyway, for sure. So yeah. Anyway, we'll come up to an agreement on the playoff picks for sure. But as of right now, Miranda and Matt won last week, picking 9 games correct apiece. So they have the little trophies there. And Mike is the only one in the chat taking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the Carolina Panthers. The rest of us think the Panthers are pouring it on right now. I think they've got the best shot to get in the playoffs, really. So thoughts on the Panthers?
I picked them because I'm surprised they were there. I'm being real honest. Like, and I was like, fuck it. Let's see where this goes.
I picked the Panthers because they've been decent all year. I would give them a shot.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and Tampa very well could win that game, but when it comes to the playoffs, they need help. But so, and I find it interesting. I know I was putting this in here. Matt, or I'm not sorry, but Matt, Dan and Aaron in particular have been putting a lot of upset picks in as of late. And if they don't pay it out, that's what happens. But especially in
that's
this,
how you make up ground too.
That is how you make up ground. You're right, especially at this point, you kind of have to. So that's probably what they're doing. But I'm trying to help them out with the points thing, but I don't know if it's going to work. Loki.
Ray said no.
Ray said no. Ray.
Panthers.
Yeah, that was Ray.
Perfect timing. That's awesome. He's like, "Who's the dog team?"
I look back and Loki's laying there.
Well, I tell you what, Loki, he didn't like the cats.
He said, "Go Browns." The dogs. So the dog.
Wow.
But
Well, she's sleeping outside tonight. Well, I guess I am picking the Browns anyway. I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. You took Cleveland over the Bengals.
Yeah,
you and Dan. So, but hey, the way Cleveland's playing, I wouldn't be shocked right now with Shadir. If they'd have played Shadir all season, makes you kind of wonder where the season would have gone. Hey, Cleveland.
Yep.
So live and learn. I guess we'll see what they do with him in the offseason, or if they use him again next year. That'd be stupid to let him go, don't you think? But
it would be. But I'm giving their track record.
Teams are going to fight over him.
If they won't let him go, he'll go back to being a second string. I promise you. He'll sit behind Gabriel.
That's crazy. That's crazy, too.
He might go to a place like I don't know, maybe Indy or Baltimore needs a new quarterback, or
Las Vegas.
Actually, believe it or not, I actually don't disagree with Aaron.
I don't know if he come in, but then again, 31 other teams passed on him 5 times or whatever anyway. So I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. But after you see him now this season a little bit, maybe they would take a shot at him now. Things have changed, so who knows? But yeah, I just don't see Cleveland letting him go. We're also taking the Niners over the Seahawks, even though Miranda and Mike took the Seahawks. This game could actually go either way for me. It's in San Francisco. San Francisco's pretty banged up right now, but they're winning anyway. So yeah, either way, one of these two teams is going to be the number 1 seed with home field advantage in the NFC. So see how it ends up playing out. But we're going 5-2 with the Niners. And Aaron had to take the Colts on a whim and a prayer over in Houston, at Houston. Again, maybe if the Texans were sitting some of their players, maybe, but I just don't see it right now. The way the Colts are with Riley Leonard, rookie quarterback against that stout defense, it's going to be ugly for Indy, I think. And I don't even know if I want to watch this game, to be quite honest. So it's got to that point.
This is the season of kind of the unexpected, right? Mm-hmm. That's just how I feel about this season, because nobody thought that Mahomes was going to get hurt and get knocked out.
No.
Everybody was banking on the Eagles to do very well this year, and it kind of did a turnaround on them. I was expecting the Ravens to play good, and look what happened there. And even the Steelers are struggling a bit. I'm just saying that, I don't know, give it a shot, see what happens.
I mean, that's the thing. I can't. I've been saying this for weeks. I can't put my finger on who's going to win the Super Bowl. I can't. I mean, if you haven't
been playing phenomenal, like it's kind of up in the air.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
What's going to be funny? We do this thing in our fantasy football league where at the end of the season we do a playoff raffle, so where we all pick teams that are in the playoffs, and if they win the Super Bowl, you win $50, right? And normally, obviously, the person who wins the championship goes last, and the last place person goes first. In this case, I believe it'll be Matt. I'll have to check and see if I think it's pre-playoff, so it probably would be Matt. So, but either way, usually the people who pick the first 5 or 6 probably, but that champion never wins the raffle normally, because it's usually one of the last few teams picked. The way the season's going, if I end up winning the number 1 seed, the championship, and the raffle, I mean, a good team would have to fall that far. But again, the way the season's gone,
it's rigged.
Yes, I do feel like there's some rigged due process here that needs to be looked at.
I think we need to do a recount if that happens. Recount.
Yes.
I
agree with
this. Is not Minnesota.
Talking from the man without the faceless dragon.
There is some rigging going on here, and I'm not for it.
Do you see any kids running around? I don't run a daycare. Oh, wait, there's no kids running around in Minnesota either. But which will teaser for later.
Wow.
You proved to me where I cheated, and but I didn't. So I'm just saying, it'd be weird. It probably ain't going to happen, but if it did, brother. Anyway, so.
Hey, it's just some luck,
You gave me a lot of advice this year, and look where I'm at. So.
Hey man, I'm trying.
And you stole Bull Nick.
You could have had Bo Nix. I don't think I used him once. So.
That's wild.
Son of a bitch, that's exactly why you suck.
But that's also playing defense. He sat on my bench so no one else could use him. You know what I mean? Like, you got to think about this in 4D. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my gosh.
I don't think in 4-dimensional, Eric.
That
is a wild thing to say. You got to think defense. I got to make sure nobody else has this person. Oh my gosh, you are trash.
He wasn't here last night. I wore it most of the show. Yeah.
Trash.
This is what greatness looks like, Aaron. You have to
crazy. All right, greatness. While you talk, I gotta go pee. That's how I think about your
four time. Anyway, sorry. All right. I'll yeah. All right. I'll make you all run away.
Wear it out now.
But yeah, don't wear it out.
Yeah, we'll nope out.
We'll throw something. But anyway, so all right. So where were we? We got the Atlanta Falcons at the New Orleans. The Saints at the Falcons here. We're going 6-1. Dan's taking New Orleans again, probably trying to make up a little ground here, I imagine. But the way we saw Bijan Robinson just run roughshod over the Rams on Monday night, it's hard to imagine he wouldn't be able to do that against the Saints. But division rival, you never know. All these games are division games. They end up the season week 18, so it's going to add a little bit of an extra intrigue to it for sure. We also going Green Bay Packers over the Vikings, even though I think there's a potential that maybe the Packers may not, play some of their players. I'm not sure, but they're saying JJ McCarthy is going to play here. So I can see I'm taking Minnesota. Me, Miranda, and Aaron are taking Minnesota. But yeah, this could go either way if the Packers play their full strength. We'll have to wait and see how that ends up playing out. Week 18, a lot of times some of these teams rest a lot of their starters. So I just don't know who and who's not going to be playing. I know I'll select some, but not all of them. Jacksonville at home against the Titans. We've got 6-1. Aaron taking the Titans again, trying to make up ground, I think. Unless you just are super excited for Cam Ward to play the Jaguars, but division, who knows? Any thoughts on the Jaguars?
It's a divisional game.
Mm-hmm. Jacksonville's playing for the number 1 seed, so
Tennessee gonna play spoiler.
Yeah, they very well could, and a lot of these teams probably will try to do so. At least this one may have some number 1 seed implications, no doubt. We also got the Cowboys at the Giants. Dan's the only one taking the Giants. Everybody else thinks the Cowboys are probably going to win this one. This pretty much has no implications to anything that I can foresee here. So just a good game for the division. We got the Rams at hosting the Cardinals. I keep wanting to say Rams at someplace, but I keep forgetting to look who was hosting the game. We got the Rams 5-2. Dan and Aaron again trying to get out of the gutter down there, I think, for the most part. If not any other reason, let me know. But the Rams, I just think are too good of a football team. I do right now. And the Kyler Murray, I think, experiment is over in Arizona. Any thoughts where Kyler Murray could end up next year, Matt?
I think he could end up on the practice squad for the Patriots.
So, see, what would be the point of that, though? Like,
He's
be
not
real.
that good. I don't know. Kyler Murray, in my opinion, he missed his shot when he missed baseball. I mean, he could have been a good baseball player. I think he's a good football player. He'll probably end up on another team. I don't think I don't see a world here where they keep him in Arizona.
I heard a lot of rumblings that the Indianapolis Colts would maybe. I'm going, I hope not. I'd rather play Anthony Richardson, just me personally. But that's just me.
Well, I don't think the Colts should give up on Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look.
Well, no, I think he's the guy. They're going to re-sign him just mainly because they can't draft anybody else and go.
I mean, you got a couple good years you could have with Jones.
Yeah. And I think hopefully the team will get better. But yeah, Jones wasn't really the issue either. It was things around him. So, and they were good with him. So I don't know. Yeah, I think he's the guy. It's just whether or not he'll be ready to go by week 1. It's going to be close, I think, but he should be ready to go hopefully by then. But we'll see how he is coming off the Achilles. But yeah, I think that's what they do. We got we're taking the Raiders over the Chiefs 4-3. Dan, Mike, and Matt are taking the Chiefs. Still got faith, huh? Everybody else said no. Give me the Raiders. So. And what could potentially be Travis Kelce's final game as a Kansas City Chief, potentially.
Thank God.
No, it will. He's out.
Well, I know he basically may have played his last home game last week, so this could be his last game. So we'll have to wait to see how that goes. But
are they going to talk about that the whole freaking game, just like they did last week?
Probably. I hate to say it, but again, this game has no implications for anything. Why watch it?
True.
So there's no reason.
Because I want to see them lose.
Oh well,
it's just like the Ravens for me at this point. Like Kansas City as a whole. I mean, I like Patrick Mahomes, but as a whole, Kansas City should just lose.
Yeah. Well, that very well could be the case. But it's hard for me to root against them because the coach is so good, in my opinion. But without Mahomes to make the whole things work, though, it just doesn't seem to be clicking. So, but yeah, as bad as the Raiders have been too, this is a game. It's like it's really hard to predict. But Las Vegas are at home. I'll give them the edge, I guess. We also got the Commanders at the Philadelphia Eagles. Aaron, lone survivor or lone wolf, I guess you could say down there, taking the Commander or the Redskins, as he likes to call them.
I'm taking the red. Good people call them, not just me.
I hear you. But yeah, no Jaden Daniels. The
Indian tribe wants it changed back to the Redskins, and I think they're right to even ask for that.
Fair enough. But the Super Bowl champs, I think, at home. Yeah, this might be a blowout, to be honest with you. I don't know. But again, division. But Commanders have just had a bad year. It's not been a good season.
No, it's just been they just couldn't get on their feet.
Right. I understand. It's been a rough year.
That's a better way to put it, Eric. But yeah, I just think it just kind of sucked for the Commanders. Because they had such high hopes for this season.
Especially with Jaden Daniels coming off that great year last year in his rookie season. But injuries, mostly we got rid of that. You could say maybe a sophomore slump in some respects, but he really just wasn't right. I think that's a lot of it, to be fair. So we'll see how next year goes for him. But we're all taking the New England Patriots. We're all sweeping that game. F them Finns, F them marsupials. Anyway, thoughts on the Dolphins and the
Did
and the
you
Patriots?
just fucking say marsupials?
Isn't that what he is? I don't know. That's what. No, you ain't.
Dolphins are mammals.
I may have. Yeah.
Say marsupial.
That's probably wrong on that one.
Anyway, Not probably. You were.
No.
You were so wrong.
Yeah, no, dang it. Oh well. I'm not a zoologist.
What's a marsupial?
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I was way off.
Even zoologist is wrong.
What's a marsupial?
Oh my god.
A marsupial is like a kangaroo. My bad.
But what were you referring to as a marsupial?
A dolphin.
I said a dolphin.
Dolphins are mammals. Oh my god.
Matt, we were already there.
You know what? Our credibility just gone.
This what happens because Eric likes to correct Matt for his grammar.
And that's what it is.
But Eric, you get this karma like tenfold, so you better be careful. Tread lightly, buddy.
This is what happens when you're on live television. You know what I mean? Like
no, Eric. No, you don't get to do that.
This happens whether we're live or not.
Yeah, this would have been said in a normal conversation with no microphones. You would have said that shit.
Yeah, but now it's
marsupials.
Hey, I'm wrong too. I'm human. What can I say? But anyway,
Canadian ducks, anybody?
Yeah, Canadian geese. See, it's an animal blindness. It's accelerated from bird blindness to just animals in general. So,
oh my fucking god,
is it blindness or just dumb?
Probably. Hey man, the amount of work I put to get everything right on the show, and then I gotta screw that up. But
but you can minus the show, Eric. We would have had a conversation.
Well, that's fine.
I promise you, it would have played out just like this.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
A preparation thing. This is a you thing, okay? And
I know it's a me.
Realize.
I know.
You have a problem.
I have foot and mouth syndrome. I've done it before. I will do it again. But I'm just owning it.
But it makes for the best, and I do mean this wholeheartedly. As much as my blood pressure rises, in certain activities with you, it makes every conversation I have with you unique and special.
Well,
and thank you for that.
It's my gift to all of you. What can I say? So, enjoy.
Keep on giving.
I can see it now. I'll make a political point on like the politics section one day, 6, 7, 8 months from now, and somebody in the comments will be like, "This guy thought a dolphin was a marsupial." For sure, watch.
I don't know if Dan's watching this or not, but I'm gonna clip that part for sure. Send it to him. Like, that's happening tonight. Like,
yeah. I mean, hey man. What was it, Jerry? Mike said that Jerry Lawler said, "Keep your comments soft this week because you may have to eat them later." There you go.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. See, that's another one. Mike said, Eric is the same guy who didn't get the meaning of Coco Beware until one day I said, "Beware of what?" Yeah. I was a young kid when Coco Beware was around, so I didn't even think about it. So anyway, yeah. Slara said noted. Yeah, for sure. Yep. It happened.
Full confidence he said that shit.
Yeah. And Mike was talking about the fantasy championship a while ago, by the way. He said Eric will be the MercedesMone of the league, just more feminine. All right. Y'all need to calm it down.
Coming for you, son. Like, what is with the shots?
Hey, by the way, Slara, I took the Cowboys. Get on to my buddy Dan about it. He's not on the show, but so yeah, I'm on your side, at least this week. But we'll see about next season. But anyway, yeah,
very temporary alliance.
Temporary for now. She'll note it for when I do something against the Cowboys next year. Yeah. You said, yeah. It's all good. I'll take it in stride. But anywho. We got the Bears hosting the Lions. 5-2, we're taking the Bears. Miranda and Aaron taking the Lions. Faith in the Lions this week, Miranda. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
She might not be wrong.
I mean, if I were to pick an upset, this would be probably the most likely one. Just because the Lions do have talent on that team. It's just not clicked for some reason. All right, whatever the music is, turn it off because it's going to be copyrighted. So, and by the way, Mike, I know you set the playoff scenario clip in the private chat or basketball. Can't play it because it's a movie clip. So sorry, but that's the thing. We'll get copyrighted for that. But anywho, appreciate the effort though. But anyway, we also got the Broncos hosting the Chargers. Matt and Dan are taking the Chargers. Matt, no Justin Herbert this week, and you're taking the Chargers.
Yep.
Yeah. In Denver with the number 1 seed on the line.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy. No, just kidding.
Hey.
I said marsupial. I can't say stupid. I'm playing. But never going to live it down. Never going to live that down.
What is it that Dr. Octopus says about Peter Parker? He's brilliant but lazy. That is how I feel about that pick. It is brilliant but lazy.
Brilliant's awful. Yeah. I mean, okay, who knows? Watch him beat Denver now. Oh man.
Okay.
That's why I think Denver. That's why I think Denver's got the number 1 seed. If Denver loses this game with no starting quarterback, I'm just saying. But yeah, who's the backup in Chargers? Who? Chargers backup QB. It is Trey Lance. Trey Lance is going to be the starter against the Broncos. Yeah, good luck, kid.
Wasn't Trey Lance like the?
He's bounced around a little bit. He was in the Niners for a while. I think he might even went to Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. But
wasn't Trey Lance supposed to be the answer before Brock Purdy?
I think that was maybe. I think so. Yeah, I think they drafted him. So if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I mean, I've been known to be wrong a time or two, but yeah, obviously. But I don't think I'm wrong about the Buffalo Bills beating the Jets, as we all with New England. We're taking a sweep there. No faith in Miami or the Jets this week. And of course, the game of the week, in my opinion, is probably the Ravens visiting the Steelers. A little split there, 5-2. This podcast is taking the Steelers. Myself and Mike are taking the Ravens, though. Part of that was because I was just kind of like, let's see what happens if I take the Ravens here, because I knew everybody else will take the Steelers. But anyway, Lamar Jackson go play, but like you said, TJ Watt may be in there as well. So
this will be the week that Buffalo
Trash.
You took the Steelers over your own Ravens. I want to hear it. Then again, I took Houston over the Colts. So
have you seen how Lamar's been playing? You would take the Steelers too.
Yeah, fair point. They've definitely not been what many people expected. No doubt about that for sure.
No, they got. I don't know what Lamar's thinking. He's just been not doing what he normally does.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
true.
what it is.
That's fair. So yeah, I don't know who's going to win this, but it's going to be an interesting one. Like I said, playoffs start early. I always like that, so I'll definitely be tuned into this game. As Miranda will probably be biting her nails for sure.
They're division rivals, so they always play each other really hard. Like,
yeah,
Pittsburgh did put Derrick Henry on his ass. Like,
yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see. Mike said I just sent the clip for basketball. Although the 2-man sack races on consecutive Sundays would be a fun tiebreaker. He sent the clip to the group. Okay, yeah, I just couldn't play it on the show, but yeah, we'll have to check it out. That could be fun though. 2-man sack races for tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, hilarious.
That'd be one way to do tiebreakers in fantasy football. How about that?
Brandon, did you let Loki outside?
I did.
Apparently, he wants to come in here now.
Okay. Right on. Well, as she gets ready to do that, we're going to get ready to move on to the last segment of the show, as I'm sure Mike will be tapping out. We're going to get ready for the politics section. So here we go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
All righty. Let me change the background order and get the aesthetic. There we go. All right. So news and politics this week. Like I said, it's a little bit quiet when it comes to this since the holiday season was around here. So there wasn't a ton of news, but there was a few things I wanted to talk about. Of course, the big news that come out at the end of the year here is that real GDP growth is up to 4.3%, the highest growth rate in the last 2 years in Q3. So again, this is just a good positive movement in the world of the economy. So you got to give credit where credit's due here and stop giving Trump all this flack. So again, just good positive signs moving forward. So I think it's just worth noting. So everybody wants to say, oh, well, tariffs this, tariff that. This happened during the year of the tariff. So, so what else can you do? So yeah. Oh, well, look at this. Mike said, I do actually have a quick politics question. Shoot. Let's see what happens here. I'm interested. So let's see what happens. So yeah, while you're doing that, though, we'll move on to this real quick thing here. Donald Trump did I think it was before Christmas, actually. He announced the U.S. Navy is ordering several Trump-class warships for the first time, with the first one being the USS Defiant, as a matter of fact. And of course, he also has himself a little cartoon logo here, which I thought was great. So he's kind of taking our shtick a little bit, Donald Trump is.
So him.
I think his lawyers are better than ours. You know what I mean? So we'll just stick with that. But yeah, these big warships here are going to be big and bold and beautiful in our oceans, defending us here for sure. So yeah, this is supposed to be like updated with the latest technologies and all this sort of good stuff. So some of our other warships are, supposedly a little older at this point. So thoughts on getting some heavy artillery out on the open seas? Yeah.
I think we need it.
Hey. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt about it. See if they end up down there in Venezuela. Of course, they're going to take a while to build, but I don't know. We'll see how that ends up going for sure. Mike said, "Oh, go ahead."
No, go ahead. Go. Get his question.
Oh, I was just going to get his question. He said, "Has there been a time, either in his first term or this one, that you wish President Trump would have just kept his mouth shut?" There's been a few times for me, but as I explained a couple of weeks ago here on the podcast section, or the politics section, I should say, when he said the Rob Reiner thing, I thought maybe at first that was a little too much, but at the same time too, Rob Reiner did his own share of it too. So I get it both ways there. There's been times where I don't agree with his, LGBTQ support, things like that. His abortion stance, sometimes I don't agree with. There are things that he said, and sometimes just on Twitter late at night, maybe he could have maybe just not said anything and have been better. But anybody else got any other examples?
Examples? No, I don't mind the way he talks. He's honest. He likes to use a lot of adjectives, and he's very colorful on when he describes people. And I think once people realize how bad it is, you would understand why he's so mad and why he does say the things he says about him. Quit talking back to me, dog. Hold on. Trump has been around and he's seen it all. So when he's calling people out for their shit, there's a reason.
Well, I think a lot of times too, he's very blunt too, which rubs people the wrong way. But he's not going to sugarcoat stuff. So he's going to tell you like it is, whether you like his tact or not. And I think a lot of times some of the things he talks about, because the news don't cover a lot about what's actually happening in a lot of instances, people want to paint him as crazy. But what he's actually saying is rather truthful.
Yeah.
So I think that's a lot of it. Now, like I said, I don't agree with everything the man said. I don't agree with everything he's done in his personal life either. But I didn't elect him for those things. I elected him because we need better economy, stronger borders, stronger army, all this sort of stuff that has been neglected, free and fair elections, which I still believe has been an issue. There's a lot of things that were worth voting for, despite some of the negative. You're never going to find a perfect presidential candidate, whether it be Democrat, Republican, whatever it may be. But in the situation we had, and in every case where Trump ran, I think he was and is the best candidate for the job.
I don't know. I think Obama was perfect.
Matt, I would drive to Bloomington just to smack you upside your head.
You troll.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's your answer to our next
I
question.
had to. I ran. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
Anybody else have any other examples or anything come to mind?
No, I mean, I'm a blunt person. I'm a very sarcastic person. I'm an asshole, like whatever. No, man, like I'm tired of shit being
pussyfoot down.
I'm tired of fucking legal speak. I'm tired of fucking political jargon. I'd rather you say it and then be like, all right, well, that's what he meant. Like
I'm gonna tell you what. I am tired of being fucked over by big corporations, insurance companies. I'm tired of it all. And if Trump and his big mouth can fix it, I'm all for it.
Take it. Yeah.
He didn't.
I have spoken out to people, to their faces, and you see where it's gotten me. People can't handle the truth, and that's not my problem. I sleep well at night knowing I said what I needed to say. If that hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. If Trump hurt somebody's feelings, maybe they should look in the mirror and see what it is that is so true.
I agree with Miranda. I mean,
Well, that and a lot of people like it, not just in politics. People just don't like truth in general.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
They you go to church. They don't want to be preached about what they're doing wrong. They just want to hear what tickles their ears and it makes them feel good. People don't want to be told that they're doing something they probably shouldn't be doing. Let me live my life, let me do my own thing. But sometimes, you're trying to just help somebody, which telling them like, man, or if you're teaching your kids don't want to hear from your parents. But sometimes the hard truths are better. More people want to hear the easy lies than the hard truths anymore. And it's a societal problem. So
what my Twitter bio says, I don't care what the truth is. If it hurts you, so be it.
That's why I've always said
the truth. It's like if Brandon was cheating on me and you guys didn't tell me because you thought it would hurt me, I'm gonna beat you all up.
It's because it's going to hurt you more probably if we didn't. You know what I mean? Like you want to know the truth.
Well.
Come on, but but anyway,
I'm just kidding.
I know.
Wow,
so,
that's it.
But yeah, it's just a sad state of affairs. But yeah, this is why people don't like Trump though, because he will tell you things that you're not supposed to know, because most other politicians wouldn't tell you because they're a part of the establishment. Trump is not, which is why they hate him. He's telling you things that you wouldn't know because normally they just keep it quiet. So yeah, one more question. He said, Mike said he had. He said, who do you think was the best Democrat president we have had, and why? I'll say John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, there you go.
That was the last real president we had
Right.
up until now.
Every other Democrat president after him, I think, has been corrupt to the core.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because they killed John F. Kennedy because he
Because of
wasn't
that.
corrupt. Mike,
I mean, Nixon wasn't independent.
you're starting to question things and wonder. It's a long road, but
Do you guys imagine what would happen if we had Bobby Kennedy as the president?
well, Loki,
We never got to see that.
He tried.
Mhm.
We never got
But
to see
his own party ousted him, which is why he joined Trump. So I mean, I'm surprised Bernie Sanders didn't go, huh? Maybe I should.
Well, you see what happened to Junior.
That's Robert Kennedy Jr. I'm talking about
Oh,
his father.
okay. Well, a lot of Bobbies and Roberts. It's hard to keep that one. You can't put on me, like Bobby and Robert. Anyway. Farah said when he said if my daughter wasn't my daughter, I'd tap that. That was a bad in my opinion. I mean, I think he was mostly just commenting like, she's a beautiful young lady. But yes, the way he said it is going to draw criticism. And I don't know if he meant like literally, but it's one of those things too. I think people will take what he says and sometimes make it into what he probably didn't intend. But again, a lot of that's on him because he worded it a certain way. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like malicious.
But still, that's not something you should be saying about your kid.
Agreed.
But at the same time, Trump did the Miss Universe.
Mhm.
He was always around young women. If he was any type of sexual predator, you don't think in the last 8 years somebody would have actually had evidence on him?
That's why
the only reason why they're going to bring it up now is because he's president.
Well, even before when he was running.
When they were trying to impeach him, you don't think if there was a victim out there that had foolproof, positive evidence, we wouldn't have already seen it?
Yeah. Which is why he has
You know why?
charge.
Maybe it's in the 5.2 million more documents they just found on Epstein.
And we've been saying for weeks here on the channel, if he is guilty of being involved in any of that Epstein stuff, we'll be the first to say, yeah, he shouldn't have done it and he should be gone.
Thank you for your service.
That is the hard truth we'd be willing to accept if it became true. There would be some people who on the Democrat side of the party, especially, they want to say MAGA is a cult, but people on the Democrats would be like, oh, if Joe Biden, who has actually been videotaped sniffing children, by the way, if he was caught doing something, or Obama was caught doing something, oh, well, he didn't mean that. They come up with some sort of excuse. No, MAGA and Republicans would be like, no, you're guilty. You should own up to it. And we get President Vance, I guess, at that point, which is where we're probably heading in about 3 years anyway, hopefully. But we'll see what happens. But
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy.
I don't know. I don't trust him at the moment either.
Really? Okay, I'm curious on that one, but I got no problem with it yet.
Very curious on that one.
Well,
we'll talk about it offline, just because it's the.
And we'll get closer to the election in 2028, and we'll talk more about that for sure as it comes.
Keanu Reeves for president.
Yeah, I don't think he'd take the job. Be a pay cut. But anyway, Mike said Miranda, the cheating thing, and no one. It would be. It'd be a pay cut. But Miranda, the cheating thing, and no one telling did happen to me in my first marriage, and that hurt a lot. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's just far better to get it out there.
Yeah.
I've
So
always
just
said,
know anybody that we know or are friends with. If I see you out with somebody that's not your spouse, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Going
Catch me first.
Wow.
No, I just got to get to your wife first and be like, listen, just so you're aware.
Yeah. Well, no problem, Mike. He said, thank you for your honest answers, gang. Going to hit the sack. Look forward to next week. Good night and God bless. That's awesome, dude. And like I said, you ever want to listen to more about the stuff, we'll give you our honest thoughts on it. No doubt about it. So good to have you on the show, buddy. We'll look forward to seeing you again next week, but for sure.
Good night.
All right. So let's move into more of the topics here. We'll get the show over with here. We got apparently Israeli Prime Minister, I should say, Benjamin Netanyahu announced plans to award President Trump with the Israel Prize, the nation's highest cultural honor, saying that no American president has ever done more for Israel than Donald Trump. I know, depending on how you feel in the Republican Party right now, you may think this is a good thing. You may think this is a very bad thing. But I don't think that Trump is a puppet for Israel or anything like that. This is my opinion. So, I mean, give him an award. Okay, great. He has been supportive of everything that they're doing over there. So, thoughts?
I don't.
I don't think Miranda's too fond of this, probably, but yeah.
Well, I don't think Trump has sent them money for no reason, and the only thing he has done is try to, Yeah.
No,
He
I'm
hasn't?
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing he's tried to do is just stop the war that's going on over there. And that's pretty much it. So if you consider that, being a part of the Israeli system, then I mean, I don't know how you can. Yeah.
Well, and I'm still one of those who don't know if I necessarily believe that Israel's this evil government. I don't know. I just know they are our oldest ally in this country, and Barack Obama wouldn't even ever support them. So yeah, obviously there's a lot of talk about what they're doing and stuff in the war with Gaza.
Which
I get
find
all
that
but it's also one of those things too, where a lot of it comes from like Gaza reporting and things like that too. So how much of that is factual and how much of it is not? So I've just not fully made an opinion on it, but. I know
from what I'm gathering, it's been a whole. Israel is they're trying to murder everybody and destroy Israel.
Or Gaza, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's not true. He's the one that's going after everybody, thinking they're going to go after them. Mm-hmm. But the latest is he wants to get rid of our First Amendment. Social media is their
Yahoo, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Luckily, he ain't got to say that.
Their goal.
Well, hopefully you don't anyway. So I don't think Trump's going to allow that. Now the next guy, who knows? But I don't think Trump's going to allow that for sure. But yeah, I mean, if Europe's doing it, why couldn't we? Right? Apparently. Yeah. Speaking of foreign countries, though, we got actors in Hollywood again. George Clooney was a big Democrat and Biden supporter, or at least before Biden went senile. He ditched Hollywood, is now got citizenship in France with his wife and his twins. So, bye, doing your part for
making America great again. Wonder if he's in the Epstein files.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Yeah.
All these motherfuckers just dipping out now that all this shit is coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it makes you kind of go, doesn't it? So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But adios, amigo, for sure. No doubt about it. But the worst Batman, by the way. So we'll put that out there. So anyway, we also got over the holidays. Jimmy Kimmel was in the news again. He decided to take time over Christmas and address the United Kingdom and the people over there and preaching to them about how we're facing so much tyranny right now and have patience with us because we're stupid as Americans. So here he is now. And then what he said in 2021, where he was perfectly fine accepting tyranny under COVID, though. So here you go.
I honestly have no idea what's going on over there. I do know what's going on over here, though. And I can tell you that from a fascism perspective, this has been a really great year.
Idiot.
Tyranny is booming over here. You may have read in your colorful newspapers, my country's president would like to shut me up because I don't adore him in the way he likes to be adored. The American government made a threat against me and the company I work for.
Not true.
And all of a sudden, we're off the air. And because so many people spoke out, we came back. Our show came back stronger than ever. We won. The president lost, and now I'm back on the air every night.
This is kind of unbelievable, but also par for the course. There's a controversy now. We now have controversies where we never had them before over the so-called vaccine passports that the Biden administration and private industry are working on so that we have a way to prove that you got your shots for the purposes of travel or going to a concert, sporting event, whatever. If you have a vaccine passport, you will be able to do that stuff. But unfortunately, many Republicans aren't on board with that, including Ron DeSantis, the terrible governor of Florida.
You want to go to a movie theater? Should you have to show that? No. You want to go to a game? No. You want to go to a theme park? No. So we're not supportive of that.
Right, which is very rich coming from the party that wants 9 forms of identification before you can vote.
Because that's reasonable and can be traced to make sure you're not cheating.
That's different.
That number one. Number two, he was taken off the air because he lied about the assassin in the Charlie Kirk case. That's why he was taken off the air, not because Trump said, "Oh, I don't like what he says about me." That's not what it was about. But he's conflating it to make you think that. He's been doing it since that happened. He's claiming to be the victim. Number three, you want to preach to the United Kingdom and Europe about tyranny and fascism? The UK literally arrests people for posting memes that the government doesn't like, but we have the tyrant, right?
There was a literal guy who was on, they call it holiday, but vacation in the States, was at a friend's house in Arizona, took a picture of him holding a shotgun because he was shooting there, got back home, and got arrested for it.
Yeah, I believe it.
Like that happened. Like it was
Makes
real.
no sense to me.
And again, if we were under a tyrannical dictator, Jimmy Kimmel wouldn't even be allowed to say this. He wouldn't have ever came back on the air, okay? Regardless of what people said. So no, you moron. This guy deserves to go off the air because of his idiocy. I'm sorry. You know, I insane to me. But yeah. Also in other news, we got Donald Trump is pulling the National Guard from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland because of a Supreme Court ruling that states that he cannot do that, have federal government buildings protected by the National Guard. But Trump tweeted out, "We're removing the guard despite the fact that crime has been greatly reduced by having these great patriots in those cities, and only by that fact. Portland, LA, and Chicago were gone if it weren't for the federal government stepping in. We will come back perhaps in a much different and stronger form when crime begins to soar again. Only a question of time. It is hard to believe that these Democrat mayors and governors, all of whom are greatly incompetent, would want us to leave, especially considering the great progress that has been made." And what he is referring to there is that we ended 2025 with the largest one-year drop in homicides ever recorded. So whether you like the National Guard in these places or not, it worked. So, and this comes from ABC News, a left-wing news site. So this is not just something from Fox News, which, by the way, Fox News is more reputable than half of these, by the way. If you don't think that, you're listening to the wrong people. Seriously. But, yeah, so it was working. I mean, Santa Trump was delivering with all the gifts for the good little boys and girls throughout the country, keeping them safe and secure. But
you know what sucks? The people, the regular, everyday, hardworking, get up to go to work, kids getting up to go to school, people who live in these cities, who saw for a brief moment a rest from all this shit, and now it's just going to fall back into, if not worse than what it was.
I have a feeling it may not be long, though, before we have other reinforcements, which I'm going to get into a little bit here. And I think Miranda agrees with me on that one. So we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah, and I'll talk about why in just a second. So yeah, but this is also kind of going on currently as we're also kind of in this, again, Donald Trump and the Republicans are saying, nuke the filibuster. We need to get rid of this so we can get some of these things passed, especially for the midterms and stuff, especially like voter ID laws and things like that. We got to get this done, you know, for sure. And that goes along with the SAVE Act, which we're trying to push through right now. So yeah, get all the voter IDs and free and fair elections. So that's definitely needs to happen. But obviously it's meeting resistance, and this is why nothing ever gets accomplished. But yeah, we'll see how this ends up playing out. This week also, actually yesterday, as a matter of fact, saw the, swearing in of Zohran Mamdani in New York City as the youngest mayor, who's a Muslim, and he was sworn in using a Quran, not a Bible. So that should tell you everything you need to know, number one. So yeah, so this is what we're dealing with right now. And he got a little bit of hot water, at least in right-wing circles, because the left wing. What? I go on mute you there, buddy, for a second. What did he do? But anyhow. Yeah, that's anyway. No, I don't want to. Anyway, here goes Matt again. But anyway, all right. So, but anyway, Zohran got him, I guess, in right wing circles a little hot water. But those on the left would even address this because, of course, why would they not? Or why would they, I should say? But Zohran Mamdani did exactly what Elon Musk did about a year or so ago, and he did a Nazi salute. There you go. Hold on. Yeah.
My heart goes out to you.
Oh no! Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!
Get his thing.
Oh no! How dare Zohran Mamdani do such a thing? He's a Nazi. That's how all. That's how all you people sounded, and all the media who went nuts when Elon Musk did that exact same thing. From my heart to you, my heart goes out to you. And they ran all these hit pieces against Elon Musk about being Nazis, a Nazi gesture, all this sort of stuff. So where's all this right now for Zohran Mamdani? Oh yeah, it don't go both ways, does it? So again, this is literally hypocrisy 101. So when you could literally take these shots from Obama, George W. Bush, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, making the same sort of gesture, But no, it's only bad when Elon or anybody on the right does anything like this, which wasn't even a sig hail to begin with. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but here we are. So yeah, for those of you out there, but again, Zoran Mamdani's not here to make New York great again. He's not. These are immigrant politicians from the third world come to the greatest country on earth, not to show gratitude, but to turn it into the very kind of third world country they came from. They did not come to assimilate. They came to overthrow this nation. And this has been going on a while, which is I'm about to get into. From Ilhan Omar, Pramila Jayapal, all these people. They've been doing it for years. And yeah, it's starting to finally go through.
They are good people, aren't they, Eric?
Oh yeah, good at breaking the law and
law-abiding citizens.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you can trust them. Those Democrats. Oh, they're trustworthy.
Oh yeah, they're not shady at all.
Not at all. But I just pulled up the same thing again. Doggone it. All right, let me get into why they're not trustworthy for sure. We obviously, the big story going around the last few weeks is of course the fraud in Minnesota with the Somalians and the daycares and the healthcare and you name it. It's all over the place.
He was almost our vice president.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to that in just a second, too, actually, specifically. But Ilhan Omar, TimWalz, the governor of Minnesota, knee-deep in this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, and, of course, all of this has kind of come to light over the last week or so because of one, Nick, don't call me Shirley, got a big, long video he released where he was doing some independent investigations into some of these daycares in Minnesota. So let's watch one of our favorites here on the channel, at least mine personally. Don't Walk Run Productions. He put out a video about this, who I think did a better job of explaining this probably than I could as a whole. So we're going to listen to this and we're kind of talk about it as we go through it. And yeah, he'll explain the whole situation to you. So here you go.
This is Nick Shirley, an independent journalist who recently published a 42-minute video exposing alleged fraud involving government-funded daycare centers in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Shirley and his crew visited several of these establishments, including the following.
So this is Quality Learning Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up.
said they spelled learning wrong.
Don't open up.
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm
Typical
literally
Democrat.
a YouTuber.
Don't open up.
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up. We have ice.
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up.
and getting $4 million over the
Open up. It's ice.
$4 million in the
not
last 2
ice.
years?
Go away.
What do you think about that? Are you in
Go
favor?
away.
Are you in favor of that?
Go away.
You know where
You're
they-
not welcome here.
Are you-
Shame on you.
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally?
Open up.
This is your typical Democrat protester. They have no idea what they're protesting. They're out there just screaming to the hill. Okay, like this is insane. This woman couldn't have a rational thought in her mind if it kicked her in the ass. Like
This
seriously,
bitch ain't got a job.
No, she's just out there
Well,
saying,
yes,
"Don't
she
do
does.
it up."
Yes, she does.
She's probably
This is
been
her
paid to
job.
be out there to make sure these people are aware that these people are out here. But she
Oh
thinks they're
my
ice for some
God.
stupid ass reason. Anyway, she'll shut up in just a second.
Fraudulently to this business that has Quality Learning Center but can't even spell learning right on the door.
Don't open up.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
No.
Anyway, Nick Shirley's video went crazy viral, mostly because the Quality Learning Center received nearly $2 million last year, but couldn't afford to buy the letter N.
There's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows
Now this guy's going to try to debunk Nick Shirley's video here. So here you go.
are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children.
What the hell is he talking about? First, the reason why you don't see any kids there on a midday is because they're permanently closed. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you show nobody what it said on that door? And I tried to read it, but you literally blurred it out.
So first of all, the sign on the door isn't blurred out.
No.
You can't read what's on the sign due to the fact that the camera is like 20 feet away from the door and is zoomed out.
Yeah.
All the violations are related to child safety, which is why the facility has been in probation multiple times, which makes me believe that that paper up there is a sanctioning paper.
No, it just shows the hours of operation, but great investigation, Sherlock. You're doing God's work. Now, where is Simply Black Theory? getting the idea that Quality Learning Center was permanently closed? Well, that would be from Tiki Brown, the commissioner for the Department of Children, Youth, and Families in Minnesota, a woman who definitely knows what's going on.
Several of these centers have been evaluated for program integrity in past several years. Some of them have been operated for a number of years. One of the centers, Quality Learning Center, closed just over a week ago. I will share that our team was notified that Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago.
Did it though?
And I believe the details that were given at that time were around space concerns, and that's what was shared.
Well, that settles it. The commissioner said it shut down. Case closed.
Yep.
Wow, I can't believe that this so-called journalist got it so wrong.
So he goes to this learning center. It's a daycare that has taken millions of dollars. He's knocking. Nobody's coming to the door. But it would seem that he's actually at the back door.
He was at the back door? What an idiot. You're not supposed to check for fraud at the back door.
So here he is at the front door. It's a restaurant called Obby's Kitchen.
Oh, so the front door of the daycare center is a restaurant. Makes sense to me. What's your problem?
That learning center shut down due to multiple violations, none of which I don't believe had to do with fraud. But he doesn't tell his followers that it's actually a restaurant.
Or maybe that's just a restaurant in the same building. I mean, does this look like the entrance to a daycare center? No, it does not. Regardless, this guy says that they're permanently closed. This super smart lady says that they're closed. And the commissioner of the Department of Children, well, she's with the government and they're never wrong. So
isn't it amazing how much Democrats will go to just to lie to cover their own asses and their money laundering schemes? So here you go.
Means they're closed, right? And Nick Shirley was just too stupid to know it, right? Right?
As you can see, we're open Mondays through Thursdays.
Oh, they're open.
We've been open. We haven't closed. We've been open for eight and a half years now. We haven't closed once during that period.
Wait, why would the manager of the Quality Learning Center say that they're open when the government said that they're permanently closed? Is this the Schrodinger's daycare? Is it both open and collecting millions of dollars, but also closed to avoid inspections?
This is Quality Learning Center.
As of Tuesday, that sign now reads Quality Learning Center.
Hey,
Hang
good
on.
for them.
Why would they go to the trouble to fix this sign? Did they want to be typographically correct for the demolition crew? And why would parents be dropping off children to a permanently closed daycare?
Yeah, I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10.
Fatima Noor dropped her 3 kids off for daycare, saying that's typical for her 4 days of the week.
Monday to Thursday.
But how many years, like for how long?
For October.
She didn't know. She didn't know.
Totally believable.
Wow.
Just dropping the kids off in an allegedly closed business. Nothing to see here, folks.
After watching a man go inside, we walked up to the door and knocked. No answer. A sign says the center opens at 2 in the afternoon. This comes just 1 day after state officials said Quality Learning Center had closed a week ago.
Wait, I was told.
Do you see what's happening here? They got busted. Now we got to save face and make it look like we're actually a daycare. That's what's happening. Watch closely.
Yeah. That was the back door. Why would the parents drop off their kids to the back door? Anyway, the daycare's operating hours are from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., which is, let's say, uncommon. And as it turns out, Quality Learning Center is licensed to provide day program services. What does that mean? Well, according to the Minnesota government, a day program means a child care program operated during normal waking hours, approximately 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oops.
So operating a day program past 6 p.m. is violating the terms of their license. I guess words just don't mean anything anymore. Leering means learning, closed means open, day means night.
The fraud claim. There's no fraud going on whatsoever.
No,
that sounds exactly like something someone committing fraud would say, but please tell us more about your nightly daycare operation.
Yeah.
Kids come to us, clients come to us, their parents come to us. They're here daily. They leave on time. They come on time. There's no fraud going on whatsoever.
So here's a question. Between school and daycare until 10 p.m. at night, when exactly do these parents see their kids? Anyway, instead of covering one of the biggest news stories of the year and maybe doing some follow-up reporting, CNN went into full character assassination mode against Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so what do you think they're going to do? They're not going to sit there and actually investigate this. CNN, MSNBC, no.
Yeah, sure. I just sent you something in the group chat that apparently the White House has released what they're doing.
Okay. Oh,
and what has taken place.
Okay. And we'll talk in a second. It'll tie into what I got next. So yeah.
Okay.
But let's finish this. So but CNN's not they're going to act like they're going to do investigative journalism, but they're not.
Conservative YouTube content creator Nick Shirley.
But first, look how they smear him.
Shirley posted a viral video in which he claimed to find widespread fraud at daycare centers run by Somalis.
A creator who has shared anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim videos in the past.
Nick Shirley has previously posted anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim videos.
Illegal, you mean?
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
So obviously, CNN's descriptions of Nick Shirley are to delegitimize his work and paint him as a racist. He's a MAGA conservative YouTuber. What does he know about journalism?
The video claims Somali-run childcare centers in Minnesota are committing widespread fraud and provides limited evidence to support the allegations.
Kind of like the limited evidence to support the claim that Nick Shirley has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant videos, right?
Mm-hmm. This has been a problem in Minnesota for many, many years. You can look it up yourself. There are stories about, alleged fraud at daycares stretching as far back as 2015. There were a round of indictments back then. Fraud continues to simply plague the Minneapolis area and Minnesota at large.
So CNN is like, Nick Shirley provides limited evidence that fraud is occurring at these daycare centers. But then CNN's reporter, Whitney Wild, admits that actually, yes, there's massive fraud in Minnesota that has been going on for at least a decade.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Only one answered. CNN called 10 places, 9 didn't pick up. And CNN thinks that the problem is a MAGA YouTuber's investigative methods. Hello? Is this the fraud factory? No answer. Must be a legitimate business. Where's Nick Shirley to answer for his crimes?
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
And Whitney Wild would know this since 9 out of the 10 daycare centers she called didn't answer their damn phones.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare.
Be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Exactly. And everyone at CNN should be asking the daycare centers about why won't they answer their phone, or why their signs are misspelled, or the strange hours of operation. No, they'd rather ask those daycare centers about Nick Shirley.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Yes, I'd like to ask, how has Nick Shirley's video affected you, legitimate Somali business owner? They are so desperate to make this about anti-Muslim sentiment that they're ignoring the anti-taxpayer sentiment of lighting millions of dollars on fire. But hey, at least they fixed the sign.
So this is getting out, and it's not going away. I mean, and it's not just this one learning center either, or leering center.
I wonder how many are here, because there are apparently throughout Ohio.
Oh yeah. Ohio and other states,
and
which I'm going to get into that here in just a second too.
You'll start noticing when you're driving around all these daycares in town that have a bunch of toys outside, and I've never seen kids there. Never.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, why is that per se? I mean, it's just like literally like, and again, it's not just the daycares and things like that. I mean, we've got and that's just millions of dollars. What about the food, healthcare, housing, and autism services throughout Minnesota too. Over $1 billion potentially in fraud sent to even Somali terrorists and Somalia itself. So yeah, and again, this goes deeper than just Minnesota, as I'm going to try to lay out a little bit here. But before I do that, I mean, TimWalz himself, it's interesting how he changed the Minnesota state flag to resemble closer to a Somalian flag. Watch this.
All right, ready. Whoa, wait a minute.
So there's the Minnesota old state flag. Puts up a new state flag, which is pretty close to the Somalian flag to become the new state. Now, supposedly this went through like
that's better.
Like different votes and things like that, and they claimed, that the Minnesota people actually voted for all this. And while that may be true, maybe not. But I'll leave it to you to decide. Here's the old Minnesota state flag. Here's the new, and on the right is all the Somali flags. So, coincidence or not? You decide. What do you think?
Doesn't seem like a coincidence to me.
I think it's a coinky dink, like you said.
For real, or are you trolling again?
No, for real.
As Q said, there's no freaking coincidences.
Yeah, I don't think there is either, really. I really don't. And Kamala,
the way his smirk, the way he smirked as he changed that, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and this is a operation, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going for a long time. Obviously, Nick Shirley was also on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and he was talking about how he's been getting threats about how he'll be the next Charlie Kirk, things like that. Obviously, death threats and how they're going to try to smear him. So, yeah, he's under the fire right now. But let's be honest. In most of these daycares in Minnesota, you're more likely to find more children at Philip Rivers' house than at these daycares. Let's be quite honest. I mean, that's the truth of the matter here. Obviously, the ones you saw in the video, it appears that they're actually, just trying to make it look like they're open to, again, because now they've got the media on top of them a little bit, at least certain ones. But yeah, now I don't know what Miranda's got to share here, but apparently after all this came out, the Trump administration has now halted child care payments nationwide until states provide evidence of legitimate spending. The Department of Health and Human Services announced this week that Trump administration is freezing federal care for child care funding to every single U.S. state after introducing a freeze on Minnesota's program in response to ongoing allegations and evidence of widespread fraud. So now you have to prove that you need this funding. It has to go through a strict vetting process before you're just getting it now.
And anybody that is listening and you want to be mad at Trump because now, your child may not get the funding for child care, don't blame Trump.
Yeah.
Just because he's the one that uncovered the fraud. Well, he didn't. Surely, I guess.
Mm-hmm. The FBI has been looking into it for a long time too. So it's been a thing
so
for a minute.
Say.
Yeah, supposedly.
But for the last umpteen number of years, they've investigated themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. Was that what you sent me had to do with this part of it, or?
Well, no, it's got how many people they've arrested, how many subpoenas they've issued.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can pull that up. Things that could be pertinent to this before I move on to the next part of it. Let's see here. You send it to
the group.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. I lost it. There we go. Okay, let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Yeah, we'll share that. Live. All right. So okay, let's get this little reading on my part from the looks of things. So basically, the Trump administration dropped a comprehensive breakdown of their multi-agency assault on Minnesota's fraud networks. Apparently, according to the Department of Justice, 98 defendants have been charged in Minnesota fraud cases. 85 of the 98 are of Somali descent. 64 have already been convicted. 1,750 plus subpoenas have been issued. 130 plus search warrants executed. 1,000 plus witnessed interviews conducted. Many facilities from Nick Shirley's viral video are under active investigation. One building featured in the video has 13 defendants charged, which is, I'm sure, the one we just showed you. The FBI they're investigating dozens of healthcare and home care providers, searching forensic accounts and data analytic teams, investigating potential links to elected officials and terrorist financing, and the list does go on and on and on. But so yeah, it seems like it's something that is at least under their radar. But if that's the case, we need to start getting heads rolling here.
It's probably in every state.
Oh yeah, and I want to kind of point out a little bit in my next two things I want to talk about here about how this is actually much deeper than just the Minnesota fraud that has kind of been hitting the news as of this last week due to Nick Shirley's investigative reporting here. But obviously, since they're pulling the funding, now you've got a lot of people coming out and defending, well, we need that money or else my kids, this, or this. This woman got caught with a huge Freudian slip and actually said the quiet part out loud.
Childcare is cut. I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand. Fraud is bad.
Oops. Look at her reaction. That's the reaction of somebody who knows they just messed up bad. And then she couldn't. Good job. You just screwed us all over. Good job. You know, I swear. But so, yeah, that's not embarrassment. That's oops. Got my hand caught in the cookie jar. Also, the current Minnesota Attorney General, by the way, during his campaign back in 2019, again, said the quiet part out loud and discussed all of this internal network of how to get elected and campaign funds and all this sort of stuff by using these Somali daycares and things like that, the population of the Somalian people. Listen to this.
The election is very important.
That's not him. That's the interview.
So can you tell us why the Somali communities are very important for the election?
Well, the Somali community is critical. In my own election, I wouldn't be in office without the help of the Somali community. Somali voters came out in very large numbers and were able to register people to vote. Very recently I think there was several thousand Somalis who were just naturalized as U.S. citizens. Somalis can make a huge impact on this election. And I can tell you without a doubt, it's not just in Minnesota that Somalis are make a big difference in the election. Also in Ohio.
Ohio.
State. Somalis that are in Columbus, Ohio, and in Virginia all have a role, an opportunity to play a very big role in this election. And so I think many of us are counting on the Somali community.
So counting on them for what? Just the votes? I mean, let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes, shall we? How many people remember a movie called Black Hawk Down?
Yes.
With Josh Hartnett about the helicopter, that went down in Mogadishu, Somalia, by the way. Yeah, so this is a little long here, so I'm going to read it. But anyway, a Doge account. Remember them? Doge, who's looking into this stuff? This was sent to us by Miranda. So the official Doge state account just dropped a brutal history lesson. Back in 1993, Mogadishu, Somalia, United States elite forces, Delta operators, and Rangers drop in for what was supposed to be a 30-minute raid to capture lieutenants of warlord Mohammed Farah Adid, who was hijacking UN food aid. Well, that's when things went sideways. Obviously, a lot of you have seen the movie. Somali militias with RPGs blasted 2 Black Hawk helicopters out of the sky. A quick op turned into an 18-hour urban nightmare. Block by block, fighting against thousands. 18 United States troops were killed, 73 wounded. Somali losses in the hundreds. The worst part, mobs dragged American bodies across the street, mutilating and parading them on television. Images that horrified the world and overnight crushed U.S. public support. President Bill Clinton pulled forces out in 1994. Then came the resettlement. Have we heard those words with like Afghanis as of late when it comes to the Afghanistan pullout? Have we not? So major communities built in Minnesota and Ohio after when these Somalis had no place to go. The United States under Bill Clinton, Democrat, brought them in. Fast forward 30 years, those same communities are now ground zero for the largest fraud scandal in American history. $9 billion allegedly siphoned from Minnesota alone. Daycare schemes, nutrition program fraud, etc. Money sent to Kenya and allegedly Al-Shabaab. Kenya, the one place that Obama also had a Freudian slip and said he was from, by the way, interestingly enough. From Black Hawk Down to Quality Leering Center, this thread is longer than most realize. So how long have these Democrat officials been plotting, planning all this money fraud to further their campaigns and their power grabs? How long? This is highly illegal. Okay? And by the way, everybody wants to talk about, Trump's ballroom costing money. Everybody wants to look there. But when taxpayer-funded billion-dollar fraud is happening in an illegal operation, the media is deadly silent and blind to it. Completely. And if you think, by the way, that's not true, You can keep trying to hide it from the American people because the media is not talking about it, but we're catching on. Listen to what this lady has to say about Kamala Harris, and I fully agree with this.
I'm telling you right now, Kamala knew what she was doing when she picked TimWalz as VP. She knew running for president wasn't about running for president for them. It was about expanding their operation. The governor of Minnesota, TimWalz, changed the state flag to ironically resemble the Somali flag. And now people in other blue states are investigating their own child care centers and their own adult care centers and seeing the same pattern. The fraud is going to be so extensive, so widespread, nationwide, they're not going to have the resources to shut it down. They're going to have to call in the military. Tribunals 2026.
Tribunals 2026. So remember earlier when Trump had to pull the National Guard to the Supreme Court, but in that opinion, Justice Kavanaugh stated that that's not necessarily allowed now, but under a different act, it could be. This all could very well be leading to the Insurrection Act, ladies and gentlemen, as we talked about, as Trump heavily alluded to, which means military coming into these states and cities. And oh, by the way, those of you out there who want to say there's no evidence to potentially to prove that this is happening, this is all just hearsay, there's no fraud going on. Yeah, that's what you all said about election interference too, by the way. And just so you know, Fulton County, Georgia, just admitted they didn't dispute that there was 315,000 votes that lacked poll worker signatures that were counted in the 2020 election that Joe Biden stole from Donald Trump.
Imagine that.
And by the way, well, Trump, he had to go, face a criminal charge because of his freaking, phone call with Brad Raffensperger. Remember this? Listen closely what Trump is saying here. Oh, Georgia just admitted to what Trump is saying in this supposed perfect phone call was actually true. Trump was right.
In Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed, and you have many that are forgeries. Okay? You know that. You know that. You have no doubt about that. And you will be at 11,779 within minutes because Fulton County is totally corrupt, and so is she totally corrupt. And
Fannie Willis.
They're going around playing you and laughing at you behind your back, Brad. Whether you know it or not, they're laughing at you. And you've taken a state that's a Republican state, and you've made it almost impossible for a Republican to win because of cheating, because they cheated like nobody's ever cheated before.
Find me 11,100 or whatever, 79 votes or whatever it was. 315,000. Now, they may not have all gone to Trump, but I guarantee you a lot of them did. So Georgia alone would have gone to Trump in 2020. Imagine how many other states were doing that. Just imagine. I mean, it's insane.
I wish we could get the time back that we've wasted with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this exactly what has been admitted now by Fulton County, Georgia, is exactly why. Of course, this got thrown out right before they admitted this, but Georgia's election interference case was thrown out against Donald Trump because there was no evidence he did anything wrong, guys. He was right. But again, the media won't tell you this stuff at all. Not at all. So yeah, and by the way, as long as Democrats are against voter ID laws, I reserve every right to question the results of the elections from here moving forward. Nuke the filibuster, get the SAVE Act done, as Donald Trump's been saying. And as we said, so if all this fraud's going on, remember how we've talked about how even like in Q said, like you have to be shown.
It looks like Thor.
Well, sure, but Q has stated that you have to be shown before we can actually take. So you won't just revolt against the military coming in and arresting these people. You are seeing right now that being shown to you with this Minnesota fraud. All the deep networks that the Democrats have been using for decades to take power from the American people.
I get it. Like the woman that, said fraud is bad. I get it. Whatever. Mm-hmm. She looks like a very sweet lady.
Yeah.
But damn it, fraud is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, but you should have tried harder to not be a bad person.
You need to ask yourself, if you're watching the news, why aren't they covering this? I mean, they're in it with them, guys. Donald Trump is not your enemy. He's brash, yes. He's crude, sure. Perfect, absolutely not. No one is. But he's our best chance to save this nation. I heartily agree with that. So, yeah, I hope personally that the Insurrection Act is in 2026 on the docket. And I hope he takes a page out of the Dragon's Den playbook and goes scorched earth, because this was a great image I found. So anyway, I hope that's coming in 2026. That. Yeah. That'd be a good one to add to the channel, like American Flag for Wings. That's pretty dope. So, yeah. But anyway, that's all I got for tonight. Thoughts on this Minnesota fraud stuff? I know it's kind of and I guess there's more than that too.
It's wild. It's wild because like the way that they got, and like there's no way you get away with this without having somebody on the inside. Not as far as long as you have been.
No,
like that's wild.
Well, again, we've talked about how Biden was importing, illegals to get votes and all this sort of stuff. How much kind of fraud have they got set up for them?
Yeah, exactly. Because TimWalz isn't giving this money out for nothing.
No.
So what is he getting?
Well, and just imagine if he was our vice president. Kamala was planning to bring him aboard, knowing he could use get this network probably on a larger scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we were letting these illegals in under Biden. Clinton let these Somalis in under Mogadishu and all that stuff. How many times has Democrats been doing this? That's why I told Mike at the beginning of this segment. JFK was the last good Democrat president, and they killed him for it.
Right before the show tonight, I watched a video of a lady who was talking about Indiana. And Brandon, what was it's temp agencies.
Yeah, temp
How
agencies.
she went into a temp agency and the people working could barely speak English. And then, no, it was her friend. Her friend had to have a 7-year background check for this job that was paying $15 an hour. But yet these illegals will come in, not even get a background check, and take our jobs.
Yeah, it was fucking.
They took our jobs.
Yeah, I mean,
and that was the plan.
Yeah,
Plus, they were getting food stamps and buying fucking McDonald's with food stamps and all the junk food, and it was all for them.
Trump is trying to undo this mess, legitimately, guys. It's like, I don't know if he's going to be able to. I hope so, but again, we have to be shown to. So like, if they just go and start arresting people, everybody's gonna be like, oh, like what they're already doing on the news. Oh, he's arresting citizens. He's going full dictator. The American public has to see that these crimes are happening before they can do anything about them. Because if they don't, they can just paint him like that. The American people have to believe that what is being done to arrest these criminals is just.
We can't ever stop talking about it, because what if it happens again?
Yeah. I mean, and that's why if it's fixed, it's got. I mean, again, it'd be hard to do, but there's got to be some way of preventing it from ever taking place again. At least the funding is a good start. Again, if you've noticed, there's a common trend going on since Trump came back into office. Let's take out USAID, Act Blue. Let's go after the funding of these Democrat criminals who have cheated and lied and, benefited off the system and the American taxpayer, you and me. He's gone after their money. This is another one. It's now been exposed. And Trump is stop sending federal money there, because unless they prove that they actually need it. If they do, he'll send it. But if not, you're not going to just steal from the American people. So
Cash did say back when he was doing podcasts and stuff before the second term, they were gonna have to go after their purse, their money,
right?
And that's what they've been doing. So it's a slow process, and I know everybody's waiting on the tariff money that we're supposed to get, but at the same time, how many of these illegals would get it too if they all have social security numbers and they're getting tax refunds and stuff? It's just a big old system. They just automatic send out checks.
They're to the majority of the American people, and unfortunately, we don't have a big enough following for people to actually hear us say it either. But to the majority of the American people, they're completely unaware that any of this is even happening.
I know.
And it's like terrifying.
if you don't have an X account or True Social account, you don't know what's going on.
Or you don't follow alternative media. Hell, even Fox probably doesn't go. They may go that deep into it sometimes.
Or
They
they're
may
just
not.
much happier not knowing.
I can see maybe a guy like Jesse
might
Waters maybe
be.
going, look at this, you know, but yeah.
You might be, Matt, but what if you didn't have to work 60 hours a week to make ends meet? Because all this fraud is just inflation. That's the closet.
I know.
The whole plan is to destroy the
I'm
country.
Just saying that they're so ignorant they just don't care, and it's really sad.
Well, and like when I was talking about Zohran Mamdani and stuff earlier with Ilhan Omar and all these Somali and foreign, you know, like Muslims and stuff like that coming in here. They're, like I said, their goal is not to assimilate. We've known that about illegals for a long time. These people in power, they don't want it. They want to destroy the nation. And what's happening in Minnesota, Ohio, and all this stuff, that is how they achieve that goal. And if it's not stopped, it will happen.
Yeah, 100%.
And apparently their belief is they can lie and steal. Like, it is okay with their religion for them to lie.
Yeah. And murder for that matter. So like I've been thinking about this entire story too, in religious aspect to some degree too. In the book of Revelation and stuff, it talks about the Antichrist and like the spirit, not a godly spirit. What if, just an interesting scenario that popped in my head, that these radical Muslims and all these, you know, take over and they become the dominant majority in the world? If we were to go down that hole. Again, I'm not trying to be, you know, bigoted or anything. It's not anything to do with that. It's that the Muslim religion is antithetical to the Christian religion, you know? So what the Bible says is not going to, the world will not be a godly place at the time. So this just may be the start of stuff like that taking place in the book of Revelation, which is terrifying to think about. So if it's not stopped, that could be the reality. I mean, I don't know. That's just a thought I had. So it's scary times.
Right.
So that's just what I look
Be
out.
careful out there, because if they are everywhere, like we think, hopefully we start seeing the FBI everywhere.
I just hope it can be under control, because like we've been saying too, if Trump leaves and nothing drastic changes, and even if something drastic changes, it could just be delaying the inevitable, which I hope is not the case too. But this country may have to rise up one of these days and keep it, you know, if take it back for sure, but we may have to keep it from going completely out of control. And if we lose if the world loses America, there's nowhere else to go. So
now, fucking, I'm going to Russia. It's pretty there.
Yeah, at least they have better food quality and stuff. Yeah. What?
It's cold. But they have warm, fuzzy hats and stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, I know it's got a little bit of a sour note. We got to lighten it up a little there, but we're going to get out of here tonight. So for sure. What's going on here?
If Brandon went to Russia, I don't know if y'all have seen how much he bundles up. Can you imagine what he would look like in Russia?
Oh man, I gotta take. Wait. I got to get one of those new cartoon logos we got and take a picture of Aaron and say add Russian like cold gear and like hats and stuff on him.
Brother, I promise you. Have you seen the Christmas Story, right? You remember the scene where they go outside and he's like he can't move. That's me. Oh God, that's me.
Could I be wearing any more clothes for all you Friends fans? Anyway, so for sure. Anyway, so anything else you guys want to talk about? Or you want to end the show?
No, that's it, man.
It's all good, yeah.
How fucked up the whole situation is. I mean, it really is fucked up.
And it's not going away. It seems like it's gotten, thanks to Nick Shirley, it's gotten wider attention. So I hope the kid is safe.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, since it's daycares, there's a serious population or serious child abduction epidemic in this country, and we're gonna find out how that happened too.
Man,
and it's bad.
Can you imagine? Like, I don't know I mean, maybe though. Can you imagine if, like, say, you were taking your kid to a daycare and just never saw them again? I hope to God that's not. I hope to God that's not what's happened. But
that happened.
Well, you know what, Miranda? If that is the truth to what has happened, it may explain some of the disappearances
Yeah.
For all these kids that you've been talking about.
Tom Hellman said they have recovered 129,000 missing children so far.
And there's a lot more missing though.
But this would certainly
this would be a great facilitator for that. It'd be a great cover up for that.
And I want this could be more than just that. This could be literally part of the House of Cards of the Democrat Party. They're funding and all this stuff. They're quickly realizing that, I mean, they're already in debt, like had to borrow money to pay off campaign stuff for Kamala, and stuff like that. Anyway, like if they lose their money, which, Trump didn't put a whole lot of money in his campaign either, and he still won. But I'm just saying, like, you cut them off, you cut the head off the snake, as it were, and it's going to render them weak and useless, basically. So I hope that's what ends up happening here. So we'll see how it goes. But anyway, all right, guys, we're going to get out of here tonight. It's late, and it's been a couple nights for three of us here. We had a couple good shows, but we thank you guys for watching. If you're still here, please like, subscribe, follow us on Rumble as well. Follow us on the X accounts below and in the description box and all that sort of good stuff. We'll be back again next week for episode number 76. We'll probably have another bonus podcast probably coming out toward the end of the month, and maybe we'll be able to sneak in a gaming session at some point. I like to do that as well. So maybe we'll get all that here with the end of the month here and start out 2026 with a bang, and we'll hopefully go through the year and a countdown to Avengers. We'll still stay down at the bottom of the screen as well. I know I'm looking forward to it. So anywho, all right, guys, we're going to get out of here. Take care, and as always, God bless. Later.
Good night.
Night.
Bye, love you.